Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. What's going on, Project? Thirsty on Maine. Good morning, Red. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Greetings, Golden Bee. I calling sick tomorrow? Hell yeah, brother. What we doing, Doma? Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Your boy is ready. Do I write for all of the Necromancer guides? No. So I'm the class lead. My job is to know everything about the class in its entirety and play all the builds and then help to oversee and kind of like manage the rest of the Necromancer writers. So we have Lord Sara and we have Sirach. You've seen them here all the time. And I write a third of the guides, Sora writes a third of the guides, Sirach writes a third of the guides, and we collaborate and coordinate and share our insights and help each other to gear and all of that. Do I know the Affliction leveling build? Yes, I wrote it. You can see who the author of a guide is at the top of it. What it do, bro? Is it any good? It is our best leveling build by far. Nothing else comes even close. You walk forward and everything dies. It is that strong. Why not? I'm confused by the question. What does... Why not what? Wasn't it minion build for Necromancer this season? Wasn't it minion build? Minions is a very good leveling build. It is not better than Affliction. But I don't know where that expectation is coming from or who defined this thing. What up, Fed? If the question means, are minions better than Affliction? No. If somebody told you that, they were incorrect. And not like opinion-wise, I mean objectively. If you were to get to the end game, what is the best end game build without unique items? Probably Shadowblights, and Shadowblight doesn't have any bespoke unique items. And you don't have to apologize for asking questions. It is perfectly fine to ask questions. I just also get to be confused by a question if it's a confusing question. PvP running feels like cheating this season. It's insane. Everybody should go run the PvP zone for like 2 or 3 hours and get all amazing gear and free crafting materials and free gold. Is Shadowblight a tanky build? It is. Yep. So if you use any of our build guides, right at the top of it, it actually has a bunch of meters that show you like how strong it is in comparison to other builds. And you can read the Shadowblight meters. They are, it's a very good build. It's our best build, actually. And now I just stand here and hope everything gets in here. Peach, two things last night. Got the best item I've ever gotten. 4GA Melted Heart. Second, from your testing on Thorns, does Thorns on Mini Necro work as expected? No, it does not. Most of the multipliers for your minions don't apply to their Thorns damage. Oh, that's bullshit. What about all minions and Affliction? A very bad combination, as Affliction is desperate for multipliers, and your minions are some of the only multipliers that they can gain access to. If you read the Affliction guide, a lot of this stuff will be detailed there, but using minions and Affliction is a bad combination. Affliction tops out in Torment 3, regardless of what you do. Like, yes, you could get, like, perfect gear and Sanctified and whatever and get it into Torment 4, but that exact same investment of gear would get you 30 pit tiers higher on other builds, sometimes. But running minions, like, Affliction doesn't really have multipliers because it doesn't have aspects and unique items. So your minions are some of the only multipliers that you can get. I want to know if we can make Season 4. Season 4 minion build was based off of the Holy Bolts elixir. It had nothing to do with, like, actually doing, like, real Thorns damage. I actually don't know what that's a reference to. But no, running a Paladin isn't going to make a Thorns Necro. I mean, it will make a Thorns Necro better, but it's only because running a Paladin on any build would make it better. Is Thorns broken and bugged on every class? That's a very big question, so the answer is no, and it speaks to a little bit of a fundamental misunderstanding of what is broken, or if not really broken, but not functioning in an intuitive way and could be redesigned or recommunicated. So Thorns isn't broken on Necromancer specifically. The multipliers available for your minions don't scale Thorns damage, which you believe should happen, and it should work that way. But if you look at it, it doesn't work that way, and it kind of makes sense. So they should change it so that it does work, which is not the same thing as it being bugged necessarily. For the Paladin, you would expect scaling your Thorns damage to increase things that are scaling from your Thorns damage. But it's not necessarily bugged, right? It is very explicit. This increases your Thorns damage. Those other things use the base value of Thorns to scale, which is not the same thing as those things do Thorns damage. Like, those are two very different concepts. The reason why pedantry is important here is because if I tell you Thorns is just broken on every class, and then you go say that to other people, that won't properly communicate the thing, and I don't like dealing in generalities. I think it's very important to speak very precisely, especially when dealing with bugs. There are a lot of systems where Thorns does not work in the way that you expect it to, and it under-empowers, so it does not empower builds in the ways that you would expect. That is the problem. If they want to make it all work in the way that we expect it to, we will get stronger, and it would not experience this issue. And I think that they should strive for that. So I very easily ran a tier 90, so I'm going to speed farm tier 80. I stream every day? Not typically, but I do for season starts. What up, Trev?
Yes.
You can get a goblin in any Undercity run, is my understanding. I like minions. Is there anything wrong with running a suboptimal build? There's nothing wrong about playing the video game in the way that you want to. It is a less powerful way of playing the build. And you can't make a build that is similarly powerful while doing that, because sadly the game does not reward you for empowering your minions, since you can only scale a single damage source on any given build. So using the Golem mace is not running an aspect which would empower your minions. So it's bad to use on a minions build. It's only good to use on a Golem build. But if you just want to do it, you can, and it won't matter, and you can do all content in the game. You just won't push very high into the pit, and you will be slower than an alternative. That scaling isn't working as a tooltip. So again, the tooltip is communicating a thing which leads people to, on average, have an expectation which is reasonable and logical. But once you realize it doesn't work, and then you read the tooltip again, you're like, oh, I guess this technically says that. Nobody would think it would work like that, and in fact, the tooltip saying it leads me to make incorrect assumptions. Like attack power. Attack power doesn't say make this higher makes you do more damage, but it is a thing that says attack power, and you can put stuff on that makes it go higher. So you would think that would make you do more damage and lead to incorrect assumptions about how to properly scale your build. That's why I didn't like attack power, because the thing it was saying is read by people often as one thing, and what it actually meant was basically nothing. But it's not technically wrong. Technically. What up, Himbo? How you doing? Is the Golem version better than using Lidless Wall? Using Lidless Wall is a very suboptimal build for the Golem. Has somebody... Okay. Don't name names. I am not here to shame people. I just want to understand where this question is coming from. Did somebody put out, like, a build that uses the Lidless Wall and claims it's the best way to do it? 'Cause I'm getting this question a lot, and I'm wondering if it's just a, oh, Lidless Wall gives your golems a bone storm, so it makes sense that you would explore that, or if somebody is claiming that's the best way to do it. So somebody has put out a video saying this is the best way to do it. Okay. They're wrong. I don't know, and I don't mean in a shitty way. I mean just the math doesn't support that. I did the math on stream yesterday, so we can go look at it. Maybe we can use this as a teaching moment. Toughness feels similar to attack power. So I get that. Toughness actually is communicating a real thing in game that is actually a calculation. So it's at least accurate. It's not so much a YouTube video incoming. I just want to... Maybe it's a quick YouTube video? I don't know. Okay. Excuse me. So I can have my Bone Storm, a Bone Storm, plus 2 more. And I have that many more while I have Golems. Or did their Bone Storms eat up how many Bone Storms I can have? Also, apparently my voice is going away. I don't know what's up with that. I have 1, 2, 3. So their Bone Storms count as Bone Storms that I can have. I can't actually have more Bone Storms. Oh no, I do have 5 Bone Storms. Okay, so you can get all the way up to 5 Bone Storms. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at it. So the math of it is like pretty simple. Up. Just switch over to this from mages and run in the list to hit crit and attack speed caps. Well, you shouldn't need boneless. You shouldn't need Bone Storm to hit attack speed caps. Kalan's Edict gives you 40% attack speed. Grave Bloom gives you 30% attack speed. So that's already 80. Then you have 10 from the item itself, so you only need 10 more attack speed. And the Golem tree grants them 17.5 attack speed. So literally without having a single other attack speed roll on your character, your Golem's at 100% attack speed without anything. And then for crit chance, you do have to get some crit chance, sure. You know, crit chance on your rings, plus the 25 from Grasping Veins, plus the 18 or the 6. Yeah, the 18 from Inspiring Leader. So that's 15 is 33 is 58. Plus the 5 base is 63. So then you just need to find a little bit of crit chance elsewhere. Also, your shield could have crit chance on it. So in using a lidless wall, you're not getting that. Which is really important. But, I mean, that's kind of, you know, either here nor there. So let's just look at the math of it very quickly. But yeah, I can't stress enough, like, lidless, multi, lidless versus Soul Rift. So the multi is base. This is a 2x. This is a 1.15. Then you have aspect. So 1, so 1.5. Then you have Reapers. So 1 versus... it's 8 per. So you go from a 1.16 to a 1.24. Equal to a 1.24 divided by 1.16. Check out the ring. Sure. What is the question? Yeah, you can get multiple plus skills on rings, on jewelry, in fact. What up, Guppy? How you doing, Jane? Or Jane, Dane. So this is already total. So it's the base plus the aspect plus the pursuit. Then it is the ranks to Titan's Fall. This could also be finality. So this is 5 per, so it's a 1.4 Titan's Fall. 1 versus this is equal to a 1.4 divided by 1.2. Then you have intelligence. So I currently have 2k intelligence, so I go to 1886. So 1886 versus 2081, because Lidless Wall doesn't have intelligence on it. This is equal to 1 plus 1886 divided by 800. And this is the same thing, but versus 2001. So, well, actually, so, So this is equal to 1 plus, oh, y'all can't see this, I'm sorry. So this is equal to 1 plus 2081 divided by 800 divided by 1 plus 86 divided by 800. The benefit here is damage reduction and crit chance. Are there any other multipliers though? Very slightly, there's the additive damage. So do I have a different shield? Shield. Yeah, so like Boys, stop. Stop. Everybody, calm down. Base shield survivability ends up being higher even with the additive total armor. So it's like... What? Okay. Benefits. Lidless. 20% crit. Bone Storm. 15% DR. DR. 20% attack speed with big old caveat. The DR is a caveat. Plus total armor. Benefits from Soul Rift are vulnerable uptime, resource management, Clear application for amplified damage. Potion generation, sure. Am I using AI at all for these things? Thane, thank you so much for the new tier 1. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What build is this, Mac? This is Golem. What's the strongest Necro build? Shadowblade. Thanks, Philip. Decided to go mages? Mages are awesome. Do I use AI? No, I'm not a fucking loser. No, I use my human brain. If I don't use my human brain, I have no value, and then nobody needs to use my stuff. I'm very anti-AI. And when we say AI, I mean generative AI. You know, up until like a month ago, if you asked Google Gemini what season it was in Diablo 4, it would tell you season 6. So that's pretty fucking stupid. If you ask it how to make a rune word right now, it can't tell you what runes are in it. I'm just saying. I wouldn't recommend using LLMs in generative AI for the purposes of making decisions or summarizing things or thinking that it makes your life better, because it does not. And I will also say, just like in all other things, when you're trying to get a temperature check on whether or not a thing is good or bad or is being used in good or bad ways, to all the people who say, well, it's just a tool. Look at the tech bro billionaire oligarchs who are pushing us to demand that it define our entire economy across the world stage and that it be implemented in every single structure. It's so that it has to be supported and it has to be funded so that it will demand money, because when it inevitably fails, all of the structures in the world will have to be reliant on it. Most things aren't that insidious. Would I use AI to help for general everyday info? No, not at all. It's no. It's very good at creating spreadsheets. I'm very good at creating spreadsheets. But like, what do I need the AI to do? You know what I mean? Like, dear AI, what is the difference in multiplier of Titan's fall from using lidless wall versus having it tempered on my shield? It can't, it couldn't tell me that. It does not have the information to be able to tell me that. I would define that. If I defined that, I can do it. Like, you get that, right? I don't... BBQ. I don't need to automate. I made the table. And I have also already automated these things. I've done it. Me do it. Me do. I did this. I don't need, I did it. I made it. Me, it do. If I'm okay with repetition work? No, I made the automated thing. I did it. I made tool. Don't need AI do tool, I did tool. And now tool automated. Define it. AI, tell me, if with two-handed sword and reap at rank 13, how much damage? Me do it. It get doed by me. AI, I have these aspects on two-hander. How much damage do? Me. Me do it make done. So yeah. What is this other tab for? This is me making a picture so that people can understand the thing I'm about to explain to them. This is a picture. Stop showing muscles. Going to pass out. A lot of people thirsty on main today. Hey, actually, so real quick, and this is not me outing anybody. It seriously is not. This is an observation. I have been getting a lot of gay thirst recently. Like a lot. Like a lot of it. What? Is it the hats? Is it because I've been wearing hats? Is it because I've been wearing... Is it the hat? Was it hiding how big my forehead is? Like, what is it? Like, I mean a lot. Like, brand new subscribers to my YouTube channel being like, wow, this is such an informative and good video. Thank you so much. Also, I want to take you down to Pound Town sloppy style. Thanks for the video. And I'm like... Fucking yeah, man. All right. All right. Hell yeah, brother. Fuck yeah. It's got to be the AI. Somebody put in a prompt. Yeah. All right. I'm done being upset about AI. Stop using it. Oh, no. And again, for context, I have very much been a gay man. I've dated men. I'm not confused about the forwardness of homosexuality. It is, fun fact, for the 1% of women who may be watching right now, the amount of aggression that men show in pursuing people is across the spectrum of sexuality. That's gay, bro. It's gay over here, dude. The propaganda's real. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, is that the agenda? Is that the gay agenda? Oh, no! We're just gonna leave that in there. No, there's just been a serious uptick, and I don't know if it's like something that I changed, or maybe it was when I had strep and my voice was a bit raspier. The hat adds something for yeah, it's, well, look, okay, I'm growing out my, okay. I have a big head. Not only that, you know, I'm finally getting the V. And all of this is typically shaved off, and it makes my head slimmer and look less bad. but I'm growing it all out because I want to have a big messy ponytail that I just leave up here like a lion's mane. And I'm only running out of hair, and I'm never going to have another opportunity to grow it out. So now all the hair on the back of my head is this fucking long. And the hat helps to hide it, because oddly enough, when you're growing out your hair, you look worse. So I think the hat's doing a lot of work. Yeah, not being able to add a socket to it is really weird, Walker. I agree. Okay, so is there anything else to talk about? No. All right. Yeah, I guess we're making a video. All right. How are we doing today, everybody? This is honestly going to be a very short and sweet video. This is also not in any effect to call out anybody or say anybody is wrong. But I've been getting a lot of questions while playing the Golem Necromancer build, which after today, I'm going to finally put out my final endgame build guide for it. So you've been looking forward to playing the Golemancer in the endgame. I finally have now put enough hours into it. I've leveled up my glyphs, and I'm going to be showing that off to you. But the question I've been getting a lot is basically, why not Lidless Wall and why not Bone Storm? A lot of people are seeing me use Soul Rift. People have heard about Bone Storm. It has a really cool interaction with your golems in Bone Storm, where Bone Storm will also put a Bone Storm on your golems. And then because you have all these Bone Storms going, you get a huge damage multiplier. Shields are better in this season. And in fact, I'm going to be making a whole video about why I think basically most Necromancer builds, if they use a one-hander and an offhand, are going to be using shields moving forward. So also look forward to that. But the long and short is, why are you not using Bone Storm? Why are you not using Lidless Wall? And I understand it. It's just strictly cooler looking. By having Lidless Wall equipped and by using Bone Storm, you will then spawn Bone Storms around your golems as well. And the big bonus here is that for each Bone Storm that you have, you're going to gain increased damage. And the math of it plays out. You can have 5 Bone Storms in this way, 1 around you, 1 bonus 1, and then 3 around your golem. And that gives you up to a 100% damage multiplier. And it turns out 100% damage multiplier is a very strong amount of damage. It's very difficult to do better than that. Considering our next strongest option, or at the very least, the weakest aspect that Lidless Wall would replace on a golem build would be Grasping Veins, and Grasping Veins grants you up to a 50% damage multiplier. Now, you do have to hit the target with the Grasping Veins, the actual Corpse Tendril skill itself, which does mean that this doesn't technically have 100% uptime. But when we're talking about min-max damage, we're typically talking about the pit, and then later on, the tower. So when we're considering that, we're talking about optimal play, etc. And I'm just going to go ahead and jump to the quick right here and say, if you just want to use Bone Storm and Lidless Wall and toss it on and not ever have to use Grasping Veins, the math is much more in your favor. But, and I'll go ahead and show you that in just a quick second, it actually still is not stronger than just using a generic aspect. But it's difficult to understand these things without just looking at the numbers themselves. So I made a very, very small little data sheet to basically very easily paint this picture so you can see it at a moment's glance and understand it. So let's go ahead and break that down. Lidless Wall will become our base here, because it turns out that once you put on Lidless Wall, you actually lose all of the other factors. So what we need to do is prove that Soul Rift is a stronger overall multiplier and a better option for the build than the Lidless Wall, right? That makes sense. That's what we're comparing. The first and foremost is basically just the difference between the base of using Lidless Wall and assuming that you're using the skill Bone Storm versus the multiplier available for Soul Rift. So since Bone Storm will get us all the way up to 100% damage multiplier, that is 2 times our damage, whereas Soul Rift only grants a 15% damage multiplier, so that's a 1.15. But you don't just gain a 2 times damage multiplier. You have to replace an aspect, right? Because your shield could have an offensive aspect on it. So here we're comparing Grasping Veins versus the base damage, which is the lack of an aspect from using Lidless Wall. So this is a 50% damage multiplier, or 1.5. Now that being said, even if you didn't want to use Grasping Veins, we have a more generic aspect that's actually a lot weaker, but still good enough, which would be Cadaverous. Cadaverous says every time that you eat a corpse, you're going to get up to a 35% damage multiplier, and your golems eat corpses perpetually with Fell Gluttony. So if I were to change this math to include the Cadaverous aspect, we still come out on top with Soul Rift, but that is something to consider here. One of the smaller multiplier differences is actually the change in our Reaper's Pursuit passive. Bone Storm isn't a darkness skill, whereas Soul Rift is. Because of that, we go from having a total of 2 darkness skills on our skill bar to 3 if we were to use Soul Rift. And since Reaper's Pursuit is going to increase your damage by 8% or by 6% if you don't have Shroud of False Death yet, for each darkness skill, the difference in these multipliers is also in favor of Soul Rift. You can also temper on your shield, and not only that, shields can now have offensive and weapon tempers on them as well, meaning that we can get additional ranks in Titan's Fall. And while I could bore you to death with the math, it's the difference between a 40% multiplier or a 20% multiplier without having the ranks on it. So that gets us another 17% damage here. And then the difference in intelligence. Lidless Wall has a lot of stats that makes Bone Storm better. Plus to Bone skills, chance for Bone Storm to deal double damage, Bone Storm duration. What's the other stat on it? And then cooldown reduction. The cool part about the cooldown reduction is that you do need cooldown reduction for a Golem build, although once you fully masterwork your gear and you get GA tempers on your gear as well, you actually don't need cooldown reduction from your offhand. But that being said, this stat is good for a Golem build to start off with. But the difference in the amount of intelligence, one that you can get on a focus or a shield, versus the none on a Lidless Wall is actually all the way up to a 7% increase in damage, or a 7% damage loss in the other way. And what that means is that Lidless Wall is currently offering you 2 times your damage, whereas using Soul Rift and all of the subsystems which are impacted by the fact that you're using Soul Rift ends up being a 2.31 or 131% increased damage. And again, even if we were to reduce the value of this aspect, assuming that we're using a more generic aspect, Soul Rift still does 8% more damage. So as far as damage is concerned, highest pit tier potential, there is no question. Soul Rift is just better than Bone Storm, and using a shield or a focus is just better than using Lidless Wall. But what are the other things that using Lidless Wall in Bone Storm offers you versus what Soul Rift offers you? Because it's not just about damage. Sometimes it's about utility or speed farming or quality of life. Well, let's go ahead and look at those things. Bone Storm has 3 primary stats that it's going to offer you. It's going to offer you 20% crit chance, 15% damage reduction, and 20% cap 2 attack speed. Now, the big argument for using this skill is tied up in the crit chance and the attack speed, because these things can bring you up to caps that you otherwise wouldn't be able to make very easily. You would need better stats, you would need better gear. Now, I'm going to debunk the attack speed one more quickly, because this is something that, like, at first doesn't make a lot of sense, but I really just need to hammer on it. The Golem build is really built around being able to spam the activation of your Golem as fast as possible, because when using a Blood Golem, this does a huge amount of damage with large multipliers tied to it. And then simultaneously activating Fell Gluttony. Fell Gluttony is another large damage proc that is kind of how the whole build works. The Fell Gluttony The Fell Gluttony is going to eat a corpse. That corpse is going to reduce the cooldown of your activation. Using your activation will trigger Fell Gluttony, and the cycle continues. And what that means is that once you are at the maximum cooldown reduction which you can reach, which is 75%, your Golem activation is going to be available faster than once every second. Because over the course of 1 second, they will all eat a corpse, which will reduce its cooldown by 1 second. Every once in a while, they will also trigger Decrepify in there. So what it means is that every second you click this button. And since your Golem can only realistically attack maybe twice per second, even at maximum attack speed, the heinously massive, largest majority, the biggest words I can use here for how much of your damage is being dealt is from the activation and not from your Golems actually swinging their fists at monsters. So to that end, we actually don't need to stack attack speed to get them to literally swing their meat fists faster. We just have to reach the 100% cap for Cult Leader. Cult Leader requires you to get up to a total of 100% attack speed for your minions to enjoy an insanely large amount of additional damage scaling. It's a 3x multiplier as long as you can get them up to 100% attack speed. And they basically get there for free. So the Grave Bloom weapon as an implicit already has 10% attack speed, so we're at 10. Then the weapon itself also grants your golems 30% attack speed, so now we're at 40. Kalan's Edict similarly already grants them 40% attack speed, so we're now up to 80. And then the Frenzied Golem, rare node on the Golem board is going to grant them 17% attack speed here, 8.5 attack speed here, and 8.5 attack speed here. So that is 30. So that is 34 attack speed in total, meaning that your Golem is already at, and even though it is capped, 114% attack speed. You don't need a single attack speed stat on your character to get your Golem to 100% attack speed. You just don't. So the attack speed from Bone Storm does nothing. Now, the crit chance from Bone Storm is actually valuable. Your character has base 5% attack speed. Grasping Veins, if you're using it, is going to grant you another 25, so that gets you up to 30% attack speed. You gain 18% from Inspiring Leader, so that's up to 48% attack speed. You can get up to 8% crit chance on both of your rings, that's another 16. And all these things are going to add together. There's a little bit of a 10 to 20% crit chance cap. Your character starts off with a 5% base chance to crit. Grasping Veins get you another 25, so that's up to 30. The Inspiring Leader node will get you 18, so we're up to 48. You can get about 8% crit chance on your gloves, both of your rings, and your offhand, so that's another 36. And what it basically means is that depending on how optimized your build is, you're sitting somewhere around like 70 to 80% chance to crit, and that's ignoring the bonus from your dexterity and other stats I really can't account for. Now, that being said, though, eventually you do want to be equipping Heir of Perdition. And I know, Mac, you can't say I need to have a mythic item. I don't know if you've played this season. Mythics are quite literally raining from the sky. I have more copies of mythics than I know what to do with. And I have farmed Belial, I think, twice. I think I've killed Belial twice. I got my first mythic out of a random Nightmare Dungeon chest in Torment 3. I got my second one while gambling. I got my third, fourth, fifth, and sixth one from a single Mythic Breach dungeon. These things are insane. All of that is to say, though, one, you can already get the amount of critical strike chance that you need with Greater Affixes or Masterwork critting on crit chance across your gloves, both of your rings, your amulet, and your offhand. But also in the endgame, you're going to be using an Heir of Perdition, and this thing says 45% crit chance on it. So you don't really need any more. The other thing here, though, is that this 15% damage reduction is really nice. It absolutely is. If we ignore the fact that we're probably going to be swapping over to shields, again, on any Necromancer build that uses an offhand, and those roll with damage reduction, and they can have Greater Affix damage reduction, and you can Masterwork crit on damage reduction. My shield has 27.5% damage reduction. So that's bigger than Bone Storm. And I haven't even talked about the benefit. Oh, the last little thing though here is that Lidless Wall does come along with an additive total armor roll, which is actually very nice. Increasing your toughness that way is very powerful. The major issue being though that Lidless Wall doesn't have intelligence, which increases your resistances, doesn't have maximum life, which is significantly more important for your overall total toughness, and a shield can have additive armor on it, which is actually just about as valuable as the additive multiplier, which is nearly as powerful as the 12% additive that the Lidless Wall has. So actually equipping a regular shield is more toughness than equipping Lidless Wall itself. I haven't even talked about the upsides of Soul Rift, but it completely manages your vulnerable uptime, manages all of your resource that you can use Cax Rune with. It applies fear, so you actually get a multiplier from amplified damage you otherwise couldn't, and it generates potions, which are like weirdly relevant now that potions are in much higher demand. So there you go. That's about it. It doesn't really go this much deeper, but the math doesn't check out, the benefits from the skill don't check out, and that's before we even talk about the benefits of using everything else, including Soul Rift, the skill itself. So sadly, Lidless Wall is not an optimal option for a bone. So sadly, Lidless Wall is not an optimal option for a Golem build. Now you can just still do it. I get a lot of people coming at me being like, just because it's not perfect doesn't mean it's not fun. I agree. That's redundant. That is a given. That is the truth. It's a video game. Do whatever you want. Do you want to play Golem but have all of your minions? Do that too. Don't hold me responsible. Play the game in the way that you want to. Sincerely, do whatever you want. There's no wrong way to play the game. But if the question is, which one is better? This is the answer. Now, whether or not that's valuable to you is for you to decide. So if this deep dive comparing these two different skills has either been an eye-opener or has explained something, or maybe left some of the unanswered questions that you had now answered, consider subscribing to the channel. Leave a like on the video down below. It helps me out a ton. It's one of the best ways to help push me into the algorithm. If you were looking for some way to be like, hey man, I like what you do, I want to help, just click that button. It's super important. And leave a comment down below if you have any other questions, comments, concerns, theories, ideas, weird bugs, things you're not seeing people talk about. If you missed any of my other videos, go check them out. I'm trying to put out as many as I can, but that's enough of me yapping. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. How far can I push through the game, and will you hit a wall? Yes, you will hit a wall at some point, because that wall is defined by you are weaker because you do not have a mercenary and you do not have runes. So you are inherently weaker. There's no way to get stronger than having more systems available. How far can you push? You can play the entire game, other than the content in the campaign. I'm not sure what pushing is in relationship to, but you will be like 5 to 10 pit tiers weaker than another character. Somewhere around there. Acetone and Pro 100, thank you very much for the follows. Shield Lidless versus Soul Rift. Okay. Back to what I was doing. Do. This is how big Twitch chat normally is. There we go. Okay. What up, Joe? Yeah, look at dude. So they added these watch streak things, which is like very nice. It is cool to be able to show, you know, I'm tuning in and how much, like, I appreciate that thing. I also don't like the idea that maybe it gives people anxiety. I only ever want it to be the cool, good outcome and never the bad, shitty outcome. So basically, nobody ever have anxiety. You don't owe me anything. Also, thank you for being here. That is maxed out. I don't have to add anything here. Okay, that can have more. That is corporeal. There's more willpower to get here. Why does it concern me in that way? Being a streamer, the business of being a streamer is just as impacted by and at the hands of the consumer market. I am generating a product and viewers are effectively buying it. Part of it, and part of the reason why it is such a cool product, is because it inherently comes along with a communal aspect. I have a personality, I generate content, people identify with that. Humans are inherently tribal, so they seek to do like with like. And you come to appreciate things about the person creating the content because you both like the content and you like to know that the person at the helm of it, behind the wheel of it, is also a good person. Because there's this dynamic, part of it also feeds into that desire for community, that desire for companionship, that desire for being a part of a thing. If we both agree we like a thing and that thing is good, it gains value because we then get to identify that in each other. I'm a fan of a lot of IPs, right? I love Magic the Gathering, I love Pokemon, I love LARPing, I love D&D. So when good things happen in that fandom, my value of that fandom has increased. The streamer to consumer, interface is a lot more tightly knit. People have told me that, like, they're now living a better life because they've heard me say a thing, or they have resonated with the thing that I've shared, or they have met people in this community that they then share bonds with. That's very powerful. So my fear perpetually is that, like you will see in some places where this relationship is more manipulative, or it is less genuine, or it is not for the express purpose of community building and instead purely for, driving profit, that anybody would feel a negative and unintended consequence of participating. So this streak thing, it's like, dude, I've been here every stream. It's like, fuck yeah. I love when I was doing that with my favorite streamers. I don't really have time to watch streams anymore, sadly, because I work all fucking day. But like, I'm a massive Barbarous King fanboy and a massive Grand Pooh Bear fanboy, and like a big Small Ant fanboy, and a big Indrik, who's a Diablo 2 speedrunner who doesn't really stream anymore. And I loved logging in every day and hanging out with the people in that chat, talking with those people. Some of those people are still my friends to this day. And I know I took a lot of pride in that. And whenever you take pride in something, or you enjoy it, or it starts to define part of your routine, the human brain experiences an anxiety in losing a thing which they feel like is important. So then I see that this can have that outcome, and I want to try to be responsible and try to talk about it, because I never want somebody to feel that way. What up, Ms. Magic? Oh yeah, and as you get closer to the 69-day, YouTube just knocked out of the park. And as you get closer to the 69-day watch streak, if you miss a day, you're gonna miss the sex number. Like, hitting the weed number is easy and funny, but you're gonna miss the sex number. That would kill me. If I missed the sex number? Oh, dude. I don't know what I would do. Thank y'all for being here. And sorry if I have then infected you all with an anxiety you did not have. Which, you know, fuck. What can you do? I kind of really like this shield. Well, okay. Oh, this one matches really well. Elder Aegis. Okay. Yeah, we found the shield. Let's go, boys. When people and building a little community around what they love makes you happy. Thank you. Yeah, that's ultimately the goal. Yep, Necros are left-handed because they're sinister. Isn't that such a cool attention to detail? It's to show that in this world they are different, because as opposed to being involved, so as opposed to looking to perpetuate the eternal struggle, they are instead just interested in a completely separate facet of this universe. You know, they are separate from the creator, Anu, in this way. Class DLC ever go on sale? Does class DLC ever go on sale? Yeah. Although it's not class DLC, it is expansion. The Necromancer was class DLC. The expansions come along with classes. But yes, the expansion has been on sale multiple times. Base game goes on sale, expansion goes on sale. I doubt the expansion will go on sale prior to the expansion launching, if that's the desire. Want to tune in more? I'm glad to hear that, Gently Fierce. And the manipulation has worked. Let's go. Join my fucking Patreon and buy the merch. I do not currently have a Patreon. I do not currently have merch. Not because I'm actually opposed to those things. I think that they're great ways to connect people. But I just don't currently have good enough merch or good enough things to offer to somebody in a Patreon that I think warrants the money. Oh no, did you miss my good joke, Gently? Gently, did you miss my good joke? You did? Okay. So, I'm gonna read your thing again. Okay, everybody, pretend like you didn't hear me say that, alright? Reset, everybody. Back to your places. I appreciate such a thorough, self-aware response. It was nice. Been looking more serious. Stream's been falling for a bit now. Maybe some lunch before, but I'll be tuning in. Oh, Gently Fierce, I'm really glad that you resonate with that. That's super awesome. Ha 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 ha, the propaganda has worked. Buy my merch, join my Patreon, get bent, scrub. And scene. The joke here is that I do not have a Patreon and I do not have merch. Not actually because I believe that those things are bad or do harm. In fact, I think that they're very good. It's nice to be able to get people away from the corporate overlords and allow you to more directly philanthropize when that is something that you are interested in doing, and it helps the artist a lot. I just currently do not have good enough merch nor enough things to be able to offer Patreon subscribers that I think warrants them giving me more money. What's the second class? We don't know. I think it looks like Medivh. Also, I can't really speculate about the second class. I know what the second class is. So, I don't really get to play. But I will say, it looks like Medivh. Well, playing D4, not being able to buy the DLC classes separately really sucks. Sure. Sure. That is how you feel about that thing. You can buy them if that's all you care about. It does just cost $40. So I guess the thing that sucks is that you can't just buy the class for less than $40 because you would like to pay less for it but not buy the other stuff. But the moment that they just... So, like, if we think about it the other way, if we just think about, like, oh, you can buy new classes in Diablo and it costs this much, but this cosmetic costs this much, that doesn't make any... Like, there's no way for them to win that argument, right? I also think that cosmetics are too expensive, but, like, how much money is the development time per user of a class? And then once you buy the third armor set, no matter how cheap it is now more expensive than that class. I don't see a model where that makes sense and consumers feel good about doing it. But that's not my thing to solve. That's the corporate overlords. If the class wasn't something new, that'd be super lame. I agree. You know hacks? No, I'm just a Diablo partner that went out to Blizzard in August. And you all can be upset. I've had to not break my NDA and be silent this entire time. You know how hard that was for me? Everybody starts losing it, saying there's going to be, they think a Paladin's going to be released on expansion. And I'm just over here like, man, Season 11 sure is coming. You know how hard that is for me? Where's my compassion? Where's my empathy? I had to know cool stuff and not make speculative videos. You know how much ad revenue I lost out on? How weird it would be if I made a speculative video about whether or not the Paladin was going to get released in Season 11. Have I been close to slipping up? I mean, I imagine that there are times where, like, I have believed that information has become public knowledge and had to double check before talking about a thing. But I mean, at this point, like, I've been in an NDA about Diablo 4 since, like, before the game released. So I just assume I can't talk about anything. No problem, Elric.
Quite the challenge, eh?
Yeah, so we're going to Scovos Isle, which is where the Amazon are from. It's just the character in the background doesn't look like an Amazon, or it doesn't look like classically an Amazon. But then again, we've only ever seen male Amazon. And I'm sorry, female Amazon, and I don't know if there even are male Amazon. I don't know the story of Scovos. I'm not a nerd. They got reproduced somehow. Up for Necro sometime soon. Do you think the Affliction build you've spoken about before can walk through speed farming T4? No. It's not even that do I think. I know it cannot. It gets hard stuck at Torment 3. It annihilates Torment 3. It is disgusting. You walk forward and everything dies around you. You get to Torment 4 and you hit a brick wall. And Golem feels real good. What were you, physical resistant? It's just a leveling build? It is an early game progression build. Very few people would say that a leveling build annihilates the second hardest difficulty in the game by walking forward without casting skills. But if Torment 3 is still part of the leveling process for you, which for me, I agree, then yes, it is just a leveling build. I failed twice. I will now never click that button ever again. But yeah, like an Oracle, a Shaman. These are all like cool concepts. The issue is that we've already done like a lot of nature classes, but if people are correct in their speculation, supposedly it is a wisdom class, right? Because we have 2 strength, 2 intelligence, 2 dex. And a Shaman or an Oracle or a Seer. You know, is that where the Sister of the Third Eye concepts come from? All of these things could be like wisdom classes, right? A healer. But they do look spooky. Mostly because they're in the dark. But it's in juxtaposition to the paladin that they look spooky. It's an emissary of the tree. Oh, there you go. A witch Amazon with blood skills? Ooh, like a blood mage? I wouldn't mind a blood mage. Bricked an ancestral ring by replacing affix, and I like bricking was not removed completely. Am I strange? Are you strange? No. That is the exact way that the system works. It is ancestral uniques and mythics cannot have an affix replace. You can replace it on legendaries. You want witch? So there, yeah. There's a very small cult of people who are like desperate for Witch Doctor in Diablo 4. It's Diablo. We are playing as Diablo. We are the Dark Wanderer. What if we find out that you must always go east because there's actually a magnetic pole over there and Diablo is just like one of those birds or a cow that has a magnet in their head that tells them which way north is? And that's why the Cow King is actually Diablo. I do not want anything, thank you. I do not take the atoms from the viewers. No handouts here. But thank you. It's not even because I'm against handouts, I'm against bitchy crybabies. What up, Necrolius? How you doing? Oh. I had to stretch. Streamer that doesn't let viewers play the game for him. I actually I can't stress enough. I think this weird purity test of communities can't give items to each other is cringe as shit. Who the fuck cares? You've never given your friend an item. Not you, the concept. You've never given your friend an item. Okay. Mac, that's just that's misframing because the streamer has yeah, I fucking get it. They still get to be part of a community. They still get to be humans. They still get to be people. You never gave that cute girl a pet in WoW because you were kind of hoping she'd give you her number. I only do not take handouts. I can't stress this enough. I only don't take handouts because I refuse to have people who only seek to do harm to me and my image have more ammunition by which to do it. I could not give a fuck if 1 million people gave all of their gear to one person just to see if that one person could do 1 pit tier higher. I don't care. I don't like this purity test. I don't like this fucking holier than thou nonsense. I hate it, but I refuse to give small people ammunition. So I spitefully am a better person. Not jumping down your throat. I just hate the concept. People are desperate for reasons to tear down entertainers who for free sit in front of a talk box and make funny noises. And I think it's disgusting. I think it shows a very, very small mindset in the world around us. And a need for everything to be evil if it could ever be something better. And I don't like it. But the only thing I don't like more is crying piss babies on Reddit. That's a fun energy. I really injected the stream with a fun energy. It's also, what, since Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's day 4. It's day 4 in a row. And I've run out of Red Bull. Yes, item quality increases the base damage of a weapon. Did I play WoW? I played a lot of WoW. I played a lot of WoW. I've played an unconscionable amount of World of Warcraft. Some would even say I'm a World of Warcraft piss baby. Some people would say that. God, I love WoW. Such a good game. Such a good game. I wish I could still play it. I'm a day one chill. I'm a day one Diablo 4 and chill baby. First aura Uber early on in his first, very nice. Just signal it by not blinking. You know I don't blink. That's not fair. You know I don't blink. That's why I wear these glasses. Go, my Golem. Do you think they will ever be able to make a proper minion build in this game? The framing of your question leads me to believe that the only thing that you would consider to be a proper minion build would be to have all of your minions on the board and them all attacking, and no reason to sacrifice them. Do I think that that will ever exist? Not in its current iteration. But you can do that, and it is viable. So, just as like whenever I answer a question like this, the answer is you can already do that, and they already have. So framing it as if they have failed to do so is inaccurate. But if the reality that there is an option which is stronger, which isn't the way that you would want to be playing the build personally, means that they have failed to offer a viable option for the thing that you do want, then I don't know how they will ever bridge that gap. The thing that I've offered them as an idea is that the Necromancer should never not have minions out. And instead, having them as active skills on your bar allows you to target with them and empowers them. And not having the active skill on your bar should make it so that they are like more passive and utility based. And then you just bake them into the expected strength of the class itself. And then there's kind of this, there isn't like this weird middle ground. The bloody explosions from the golems, right? What's up? Does he? Yes, yeah, the golems themselves do this weird little blood explosion. To GA focus. To GA focus. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. 2GA focus. Sorry, I must answer a message from my dear, beautiful partner. And now I'm getting cold. But I can't possibly put on a sweatshirt, then I'll look less cool. Alright, I'm fully on the revolution now. There should be somewhere else to level my glyphs. I'm a fickle mistress, and if I ever said otherwise, I don't believe it anymore. Mostly because I don't want to run the pits anymore.
I've been waiting for a bit of fun.
Where are my golems? They're like, they were in the nether zone. Well, it's just like, I'm leveling out these glyphs just to see what this build is about to, like, push up to. So that I can promptly try another build, which means I have to level up more glyphs, which means I have to keep playing this build I'm done with to level the glyphs that I will need to play the other build. What up, Hansa? Why no corpse explosion? Your golems automatically consume your corpses. You don't use corpse explosion on this build. If you're looking at the max roll guide, you should refresh because that got updated like 2 days ago. Percentage of time in a high pit tier run is spent on killing the boss. It depends on the build, actually. Some builds take more time to kill the boss, some builds take more time to clear the pit. You can see for me right now, this is only pit tier 80 and I'm speed farming, and the boss represents 1% of the clear time. Or like 5% of the clear time. But it's also because this build is better at doing single target damage than multi-target damage. I decide which build I'll play after this one, probably Shadowblight. Bloodlance. Bloodlance is much better at clearing packs than doing single target damage. So it'll spend more time fighting the boss than it will fighting packs of enemies. What about wearing an Ariana Grande mask and doing streams? That would be cool. Yes, I'm not crazy. I believe you. I believe you, bud. Add glyph leveling back to the end of Nightmare Dungeons, but also leave it in the pit. Yo, what up, Bob?
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
And the Bobby movie was pretty good, huh?
Impressive, unfortunately.
Yeah, y'all did watch me put on an entire lap outfit, so. As we level up when you complete various tasks in the game. Yeah. I don't think it should be completely random. I think it should have, like, some thought to it. Excuse me. Should I have all my divine gifts on at the same time or only a few? So I think that you could actually answer this question for yourself. So let's talk about what they do. Can you explain to me what having purified divine gifts does? My burps are getting judged now. Gives you more reward for, gives you more reward quality, right? So it will offer you different rewards for the content that you're doing. But what does having them in the purified slot do? Do you usually level your glyphs to 100? Yes, typically. See, reward double. Is there any downside to having them in the purified slot? And not only that, the purified thing also says do something, right? So fortify for 1% of your maximum life, gain movement speed versus... how much movement speed do I have nowadays? Yes, the gifts are the same for all classes. So the short answer is you should always have something in your purified slot. They're just free buffs with no downside. The question becomes, should you have the corrupted slots full? Let's do 14 billion damage. And that question is only answered by, can you survive the added challenge to get more reward? If you can survive the added challenge without it negatively impacting your kill speed or anything like that, then you should always have all of them. Only morality is a subject for judgment. Is a subject for judgment. Only morality is a subject for judgment. When morality is merely a tool of societal humans to determine best practices for governing society, which are ultimately meant to, in some way, shape, or form, increase the viability of a particular gene line. It is a construct, and we will, in many circumstances, apply a value judgment to, like, any attempt to evaluate a thing as tied to the value of that individual in the society. And since your value in the eyes of society is, in most society, inherently tied to your viability for procreation, it is in the assigning of a value to anything accomplished by the individual that we are informing their viability. Since morality is merely a tool by which we determine how a society will be run, which directly leads to the viability of the individual, I think that those two things are intrinsically related.
Your underestimation
even if we do not personally assign a large value determiner to any one individual judgment of somebody's accomplishment, it occurs regardless, and it is informed by the individual who receives that information and how they interpret that evaluation. The ranking of the thing is inherently the judging of a thing. Even if the one doing the ranking is not seeking to do a judgment. In the ancestral build, though, don't you have enough corpses to consume yourself and also your golem? That is a mistake if Sirach still has it in their guide. You do not have to look deeply into this. You should not have corpse explosion on your skill bar. It is bad. Can you please post your build? I already have. It's in my Discord. And it's also in the description. Or, I'm sorry. It's in my Discord. It is the same as the max roll build. What a mic. What a ride these past 5 days. The Discord link is in the description as well. Alright, Spark's gonna get that updated. There you go. Look around to watching the expansion gameplay trailer. Some cool screenshots of revised skill tree. There are. Yeah. Skill tree looks very cool. And it is just skills. It's skills and skill modifiers, it looks like. Which is also very interesting.
Vasily's glow shining beauty.
Why can't I take a screenshot? God damn it, I figured it out. Clicked a button by accident. Do you think the devs will add more minion types to the game? Maybe. The Necromancer getting a skill tree rework, I think, will have to come along with a better integration of minions into a skill tree. So I would expect to see changes. Is Paladin the strongest class this season? I don't know. I've played the Paladin and the Necromancer. What I'm understanding is that the Paladin seems to be fairly strong. May I ask what you will do with that information?
Your reality is a dream.
Feels a little overtuned. It definitely feels overtuned for sure. But that is only from the perspective of I've played the Necromancer. But I don't think that everything is overtuned. Like, I don't think Zeal is out there doing 20 pit tiers higher than every other thing. It feels like Arbiter, which is the very cool shiny thing, has a lot of tools. Castle is going to get nerfed and you're sad. You're sad that a class will experience balance changes. My planner has corpse explosion. Huh. Very odd. That's now updated. Well, Castle is working as intended. It is just either not capped, and it could be, or it was built for the previous armor system and then not re-evaluated for the current armor system. Like, it is giving you 1.8% of your armor as a damage multiplier. It's doing what it says on the tin. That's just insane. Spiritborn wasn't a balance issue, really. It was actually a bunch of bugs. Same, but different. It actually isn't same, but different. So when we attribute everything to bugs, the narrative becomes everything is bugged and broken. And if anything is bugged, it reconfirms that bias and empowers it. So that our critique, our understanding, and our experience of a thing is inherently shadowed by and informed by this idea that everything is broken and bugged. If it is instead, somebody did not think ahead. So like, it can be a mistake. Attributing it to the correct mistake or attributing it to the correct reason does actually inform the total experience of everything else. So I will heartily disagree. Not same, but different. Very importantly different. Because the framing of the world informs people's experience of it. That's for the new system of armor. Okay. A bug's definition is a thing not working as intended. So I guess that is where a bit of the confusion is coming from. Playing your Blessed Shield Thorns build, I found I lost a lot of damage using a fully masterworked Mantle of the Grey compared to a legendary armor, temper, and aspect. Okay. Can you quantify that in some way? And are you properly generating resolve stacks and then consuming them before skill casts? Or are you like ignoring part of the Juggernaut rotation? Are you playing it differently? I can't really speak to that. There should be no way for that to be true because the armor is a 2.2 multiplier. But there might be something, and I am not omniscient. What up, Blue? The class, there's like a misattribution of, well, clearly they want the class to be fun because it is like an expansion hype title thing, which is a logical and a true statement. The class doesn't need to be 38 times stronger than everything else, and also clearly based off of multipliers which are so insane and go against like the total design philosophy that they've been implementing across all other classes for the totality of like 3+ years of live like updates made to the game since its launch. These two things aren't actually mutually exclusive, and we do not have to ignore like the totality of the wisdom that they have communicated to us and the desired design philosophy just to make a class be fun and strong. The thing can turn into an angel and shoot light lasers out of its eyes. That's fun even if it is comparably powerful to every other class. So, while it seems like Occam's razor, I think it actually spits in the face of like logic when we approach the speculation of why a thing is the way that it is. Because it attributes a truth to a subjective experience, which is not better facilitated by the reasoning of that speculation. Like, Castle saying double your damage is already the strongest legendary node in the game by far. And they would be still stronger than other things right now without it being a 7 instead of a 2. Planner guide is still not updated though. It takes a while for it to happen, and you have to hit Control F5. Once I save it on my end, it's immediate for me, and then it has to go through a server refresh. You have to remove Corpse Explosion from your skill bar and put Decompose. And then put the skill points into maxing out Soul Rift if you haven't already, and the rest of them into Necrotic Fortitude. Or I'm sorry, Necrotic Carapace. You don't get new toughness. You have 10k life, a bunch of damage reduction. Well, you have to keep in mind that your toughness already takes into account your Shaco, so you don't have Shaco on top of your toughness. Your toughness already takes into account all non-conditional damage reductions that you have. So that might help out a little bit. But having a lot of toughness doesn't mean you won't die to damage which is greater than your toughness. When I flew out to Blizzard, can I talk about anything the devs shared about the new armor resistance system? Can you be significantly more specific with the question? So, I have 3.4 thousand resistances, 25,000 armor, 10.5 thousand max life, and if I stand in the middle of on-death effects, I will die. Because those things do more damage than this. And these are my damage reductions. It turns out that 6.7% of incoming damage is more than 10,000 life. Did I have a chance to talk about them, about why they did it? Yeah, and I've intimated this previously. Toughness actually gives them a number that they can then balance around. So the old system was everybody has the same amount of damage reduction from armor and res, and you can't invest more in them, and you can't get stronger than that. And then whether or not you die is mostly whether or not you have enough maximum life, barrier generation, and damage reduction from other sources. And each class has different capabilities of stacking maximum life, barrier, and damage reductions. So now if they go, the 215 toughness paladin dies, and the 215 toughness necromancer doesn't die, there's a difference here. What is the difference? Well, one's damage reduction comes more so from their resistances as opposed to their armor, or their maximum life, or their barrier versus the other. So the question goes, is that other one meant to survive those things? And do they have access to those things? If yes, can we increase those numbers or decrease the other numbers? Why did they change it 3 times? Because in an attempt to be able to make a game which can be played, the original system was not intuitive enough. And a much easier system existed which they could do. Going with that system then stuck them in the hole that the first system was trying to avoid, which was that they had no way by which to actually balance around it. So some classes and builds are just better than the other ones, and there's a gap there which can't be bridged. Coming back to here demands that they do more balancing, but also gives them the tools to do that balancing. Is the short answer version. Is it a bug? It's the Season Power Zappa Master, which seems to be unintended. If everybody turned off their Meteor Divine Gift, everybody would stop dying. But because you get more benefits from that, everybody just deals with dying to be able to get the benefits. And the circle of life and death continues. We will live, they will die. I like this one. Yes, that is Nasus, or as the kids call him, Susan. We will live, they will die. Damn, son. I'm about to be a tanky boy. Oh. Oh. Oh, 94%. Show shield. Dance, monkey, dance.
Greetings.
Shield. Not bad. Thanks. Pretty good shield. I have so much crit chance. I need to redo my rings, but I'm lazy. We will live. They will die. Bunga, bunga. Yep, Golem's done 105, although they're running Unyielding Commander. And I don't think I can get behind that. I had hypothesized that Unyielding would end up being a larger multiplier. But I don't know how you solve vulnerability and also solve resource gen for Caxroom. What's up, Sidewinder? But I also can't load up Akia's planner. You're not used. It's under build guides in Diablo 4. So if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the the D4 subfolder, for all intents and purposes, and then in there you'll see build guides. Thanks for joining the Discord. I meant Asmodan, thank you. They were also manually casting Decrepify, which was like kind of crazy bananas to me.
Sanctuary is my canvas. Your underestimation will be your demise.
Bananas. Oh! Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. Just punch my microphone. Or is it a logarithmic curve? So there's two different things. You can't reach 100% damage reduction because all sources of damage reduction are multiplicative with one another. None of them are additive with one another. The scaling from armor and resistances both have a limit, an upper limit of 90%. And the amount required to reach close to that 90% is insane values, like 180,000 of each, or like 180,000 armor and like 12,000 resistances, something crazy. I forget the numbers. And then those are multiplicative. And then any other source of damage reduction is also multiplicative. So the only way to actually reach 100% damage reduction would be if a single source could grant you 100% damage reduction from something like a skill, which at one point things like Challenging Shout could. But no, you cannot reach 0 damage taken. Rune word am I using for freeze? Thull rune. The second clear of 1 of 5 just links to Rob's planner. So I don't understand how these runs are on helltides.com. You are required to show your build planner in the video for legitimate runs. I don't know if that's changed. Maybe they're not caring so much with the fact that the tower is going to be coming out soon, but I find that weird. Zboombafu. I need a better weapon. Which aspect can I swap to Cursed Aura for speed farm? Are you talking about the Golem build, Hansa? You swap hulking aspect. Would be my answer. Although, funnily enough, for speed farm, you kind of don't need the Decrepify procs. Oh, I was just slain. They won't even tell me who killed me. Barbarian got me that time. I wish I could generate corpses against the world boss. That'd be so cool. Build's really bad when you can't generate corpses. Oh, right here. I've done it. I'm the greatest. Ooh, ear is ringing. Backy mighty. Ick meaty. The best around. No one's ever gonna take me down. You're the best around. No one's ever gonna take me down. Somebody was referencing one of our build guides from 2 years ago. I don't know how they found that. I played a warlock. I played a single character in World of Warcraft for the entire time. So hold on, let me back up a little bit. That's technically a lie. I made a hunter. I got it to about level 30. And then I started playing on a server with my dad's friends. And I made Ula, the gnome warlock. And I played that character through Legion. Are you all noticing a pattern? What up, Erin? My Necromancer player, your two-hand item. You want to use the one-handed mace for the Golem build, and then you use a shield. Makuna just said that he thinks that this is the worst season so far. What do you think? I'm not interested in dissecting what Makuna's mentality is about anything, nor to talk about another content creator, ever. Just straight up. I think this is the best season ever. I think it hands down this season has made the game the best it has ever been. And it's not even close. I played a Warlock. I played only that one Warlock. And again, I can't stress this enough. I will not have anybody discussing any other content creator here, ever. I'm not interested in hearing people's opinions about their opinion. I'm not interested in telling them that they're wrong. It's how they feel. They can't be wrong. It's their feeling. But I think that this season has added the most interesting stuff. It has finally ended an endgame crafting system to make itemization interesting. The content types are made better by the inclusion of the other things in it. Asmodan is a super cool world boss. Being able to go fight him for things is very cool. I think that the Divine Favors system isn't interesting enough. But it's clearly like a soft launch of Atlas passive tree, so I'll take that. Anything that gets them data to support whether or not they should fully explore that.
You're a real one.
It looks like they're fully
Let's
exploring
go
it.
season 11.
Yo, what up? Yeah, I know. Thank you very much for the 10 months. Let's go season 11. It's clearly giving them data for the war plan system that they're going to be adding in the expansion. I am down for them to continue to iterate on this because it's ultimately what the blasters have been asking for and what the casuals have not realized that they've been missing. Actually, I was writing in a very interesting Reddit thread today, and it finally clicked with me how people who can play both Diablo and Path of Exile, depending on how much they engage with the game, can have two very different experiences, even between the two games. And I'm going to use this as like a jumping off point just to kind of talk about that concept. So in Diablo 4, if you play the game very casually, you will get through all of the content to some degree. And what you won't hit is like the hyper end game, like perfect gear blasting of pits over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That sucks. And that's why people who play the game 200 plus hours a season are like, oh, I enjoy it. It's fun. It runs out of stuff for me to do about 60 hours in. And then it's just about 100 plus hours of me entertaining myself while doing it, but on another class. And I wish that there was more it could offer me. The flip side is that same amount of time spent in Path of Exile 2 will get you to around tier 15 maps and maybe juicing with some tablets. Maybe if you trade, you buy some keys and you go fight some pinnacle bosses. And maybe you're using a meta build and you're able to kill them. But you will go, well, man, this game is like very shallow at the end of the day. Like, yeah, I could make these maps harder. There's no reason for me to do that. And all you're doing is just running maps again and again and again. And running tier 15 maps with a build that trivializes it is not particularly engaging or deep. It can be fun. None of this has anything to do with fun. None of this has anything to do with good. Just experiencing that thing, it will seem fairly shallow. So the irony is, if you inject the same amount of time into both of these games, you will walk away from Diablo 4 going, I don't get why anybody says it doesn't have any endgame. You have Undercity, you can go do the Dark Citadel, you get to do all the content, but with these, like powers on that makes it harder. You get all the cool different world bosses, and you'll say all the stuff, which is accurate. It does have an endgame. It has a multitude of activities to do. And we're finally seeing different farming strategies. But you won't hit the point where you go, oh, I'm just repeating myself. If you engage with it in the same way in Path of Exile, you hit the repeating it part because the grind happens a lot earlier. And then you grind through to get the money that you need to be able to do the cooler stuff. So I find that very interesting. You think you'll just play Necro? I mean, I've already played the Paladin and put out a build guide for it. I plan on playing more Paladin too. I just have a job to do. I want to test all the things on the Necro. I want to make sure everything's working correctly. I want to make sure that we're, re-optimizing builds, that we're bringing new learnings and stuff. I'm going to be putting Shield onto a bunch of setups. And then I'm going to go play more Paladin because it's a cool new thing for me to test and try. What up, Frank? When you think of you think of the Necromancer. And I've worked damn hard. I've worked damn hard to get that title. I will never, at any point, not be playing the Necromancer. But I will absolutely be trying the new classes, no question. Excuse me. So it's interesting. You have the inventory, you just explore more than just gold to the bottom. How? You can pin currencies. You can pin up to 3. MacroBioBoi, MacroBioBoi. Think about it. Can I get a good amulet? Please? It's +2. Why shield? Better. It turns out that on most builds with the new masterworking system, you don't need as much crit chance or cooldown reduction to be able to manage your skills. And at that point, the only stats that are available to further increase your damage on a focus would be +2 damage. The other side, though, is that a shield, which now grants 100% weapon damage, which can now have weapon tempers as well as offensive aspects, offers you 25% damage reduction, which would allow you to remove a significant amount of survivability from the rest of your character, be able to stack on more damage. Big biology brother. That's basically what my name means. Got it in one. What am I doing? I need to be leveling my glyphs. That's all I need to be doing. Be fair to say that Mac is the union rep for the Necromancer Union. I mean, I'd like to think that I've been trying to do that. I think it's like fairly, I think it is fair to say that as far as relationships with the devs go, I have the biggest mouth when it comes to this class, because I've spent my time doing nothing but play this class and fostering a very large community of people who only care about this class. Now, whether or not everybody agrees with my opinions about it is a very different thing, and I would never say that I represent the truth of what people are looking for the Necromancer. Only that I represent my truth for what I think about the class and how those opinions have been informed by what people have told me that they want. So, like, I disagree that we should have 50 million skeletons on the screen. But when I talk to the developers, I tell them the thing that I've been told is that people want 50,000 skeletons on the screen. What I think this points to is a lack of feeling like the minion army in the commander aesthetic is actually being fulfilled. So, you know. Would using a shield offset using Hardened Bones? You could offset the use of Hardened Bones with this shield, or you could just keep using both of them. There's no wrong answer to that question. I no longer have Hardened Bones on my character. Yep, you get a spark for killing Lilith in T1. You get an achievement for doing it in T4. Oh, I should probably go finish, like, my season's journey. And get whatever remaining, like, Paragon points I'm supposed to have. An example of the talismans. I think they'll start like releasing information as we get closer. Also, by the way, I don't know if you wanted to be spamming dungeons with me or pits with me. I'm not like doing this solo intentionally. Is the Paladin going to get nerfed next season? Is the Paladin going to receive balance patch walking into the expansion? I assume so. I think we all are. I don't know what anybody would do with that information or how that would impact or inform anything, but will they? Probably. Every class does, every season. I would not expect it to be different. I think, or in fact, even the opposite. I think it would be weird if nothing happened. It sure is. Craft jewelry caches? And what do I get? Reach Paragon 250. Go kill Astaroth. Let's go see if I can kill Lilith without dying. How many house do I have on D4? How many houses? Oh, how many hours? That's a good question. Ha! How many hours do I have in Diablo 4, like the game overall? 10,000, maybe? Something crazy like that? Maybe like 8,000? Like, I had 800 hours in Diablo 4 in the closed beta before the game released. But I also professionally play this video game. I've killed Lilith. Do I have any information on how it will work? I don't. It's very confusing to me. You don't need to sit through the phases? Nope. They got rid of phases for all bosses. Now they just get barrier. What are my thoughts on Fel versus Sacrificial? Sacrificial should be stronger because the Golem's base activation also does damage. So Fel Gluttony would only increase Fel Gluttony's base damage and then the 60% multiplier that you would get. Whereas Sacrificial increases the bonuses that Hulking Monstrosity gets from the sacrifices that your minions have, and also increases both damage sources. Muffinologist, thank you for the follow. So that's my gut. Season's Journey. Sanctify a bunch of stuff. I mean, I could just go sanctify a bunch of random stuff. I'll make jewelry caches, sure. It's so not. What did you give me? That wasn't worth it. That wasn't worth it. What do you think of the new class might be? I don't have opinions about what the new class might be, because I know what the new class is. But what I can say is, it looks like Medivh, and it's probably a wisdom caster, because it looks like Medivh, or some kind of oracle, or seer, or spooky boy. The new class is princess. Just the concept. Looks at class is princess. So Muffinologist, it is also weird to me. Every time I use it, every single time, after evading, it just keeps happening. For multiple seconds, the evade is apparently that. The evade is all of what you are doing the entire time. I also don't get it.
Impressive.
According to what it says, that shouldn't happen, but it does. So you are not alone. I'm trying to throw you off. I'm not. I mean, I can look at the picture. It's a dude in a shadow. So it's in a shadow so you can't see it, but also shadows are inherently spooky. Especially standing next to a paladin, right? And then it's from this island of Scovos, which is generally insert more like tribalistic kind of concept, kind of, you know, like Gaelic kind of concept. And then it would be the last wisdom class. Wisdom is generally assigned to non-arcane casters, at least in D&D. Oh, I did a die. I'm fun. Currently Torment 2. If I keep investing, will it be good in Torment 4? No. But it will demolish Torment 3. Why are the axes that are thrown so big? God loves big axes. Yes, you need gems to upgrade your glyphs. I think it's per class. I think like the Necromancer, I think it's like your main stat gem, but I'm not too sure about that. Like, Affliction on no gear walks forward and annihilates everything in Torment 3 without trying. You don't have to do anything. Quite literally just an unstoppable wrecking ball. And then in Torment 4, it's like swinging a wet noodle at monsters. And now my rock is cold. See this? I found a cool rock, and I cleaned it, and I put it on my radiator to eat warmth, and then I carry it with me as a nice warm rock. And now it's cold. My cold rock. All right. I've been doing this for about 3 hours. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to get some water, get a little snack. I'm going to go put my rock on the radiator. The back of my hair is so long now. It's too much, and it's on my head, and I hate it, and I can feel it. It's like, this is my ponytail, right? Big old ponytail. This is the... Let's really show you guys. Let's really... Okay. Ponytail. Ponytail, pretty long, goes all the way up here. Ponytail. This is the hair on the back of my head. Is now up to here. That's like, what, like 2.5 inches? I want to shave. So get how much hair there is here. Get all of it. Add it. Add it. Get how much hair it is. I'm so... just want to cut my hair. Also, thanks, Dad. Appreciate you. Not really, Dad. Mom, but still. I'll be right back. Oh. Also, let me fix this. Let me... You want ads? I'll give you ads. Thanks, Mike. Damn, dude. I'm always so humbled whenever I look at, because I don't see my viewer numbers. I don't have that information up on my thing anymore. I'm always so humbled when I see how many people are here. Thank you. And thank you for the likes on the YouTube stream. Water. Hoodie. Meat. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Papa Big. Papa Big with the raid. What's going on, Papa? Welcome on in. Oh no. I'm gonna show how not Italian I am. Toscano. Goliardico. Irriverente. I gli occhi passano le risate restano. Unisciti al gruppo. Sì. Sì. Oh. Cerca? 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 How do you pronounce C-E-R-C-A? Skymere. And il cover di banda. Thank you very much for the follows. Benvenuto. Mico. Mio. Cerca. But is it like a... Is it C-E-R care? Or C-E-R cersa? A really hard organic chemistry? Homie, I failed organic chemistry. Di qualcuno che ti possa intrattenere. Fai un salto in live. Mi raccomando, passa nei miei altri social e seguimi anche lì. Welcome on in, Big Papa. Welcome everybody from Papa Big Stream. My name is MacroBioBoi. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Italian. My grandfather's from Naples. My name is a city in Italy. But I am second generation. I was not raised to speak Italian. Well, welcome on in. The major issue with me speaking Italian is I can't roll my R's because the city that I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, here in the United States, doesn't pronounce as. So if I were to say ka, it would be ka. So it's really hard to roll your a when you don't pronounce your a. The saying caro, Marco. I do like the little L flip, kinda, like from French, but I can't roll my a's. Gladietto. Welcome in, my friend. Siamo qui tutti. Siamo qui tutti. I learned to speak a very small amount of Italian, like I took Italian, but I speak a lot more Spanish than Italian. Something you do it all? Tutti is all, right? We're all here. Oh, okay. Siamo qui tutti. Siamo. We are. Is that to be here? Is that to be? Siamo? Siamo qui tutti. My Italian sounds more Spanish. I speak more Spanish. Believe in Lurk. Thank you, Papa Pig. I heard an American who can speak Italian, like, when there are Italians in Hollywood movies, they're so weird. Yeah, it sounds weird. But yeah, so I speak a lot more Spanish than Italian. I speak a very small amount of Italian. And I have to do like a stereotypical Italian accent to even kind of sound Italian. But I do speak a lot more Spanish, so it's like... I have to put that little do-do-do in it. Ciao, mi chiamo Marco. I can't do it. I can't roll my R's. Mi chiamo Marco. Benvenuto a mi stream. Doesn't Spanish have the same A problem? It does. But all of the words that I know how to speak in a Romance language, I learned how to pronounce in Spanish. But yeah, my father is off, or my grandfather is off the boat from Italy. Moved here when he was like 14 or something. And my mother is Sicilian. And I wish telling people my name wouldn't put me into severe danger for the chances of people being able to find me. But my name is just a small city, like a small town in Italy, where I assume my family from a long time ago is from. So I'm Italian. I am Italian. All three of my names end in O. And I'm a junior. It's crazy. Yes, Papa. I started on Paladin just to try it out, but then I leveled up on Affliction, and now I'm playing Golem. We've not been to Italy, sadly, so my family still lives there. My grandfather's family, I guess. One of my cousins is like mayor somewhere. And we were planning a trip, but sadly he passed away when I was a teenager. So we didn't end up going. And now it's been like so long where like, yes, our family is there. My father has met them. He's been to Italy. But like, we haven't been in so long. Raphael, Domenico, Giuseppe III. Their last name is Giuseppe? Their last name is American Joseph? That's fucking baller. Oh, it's 2 middle names. Okay. It's powerful. But no, oddly enough, my last name isn't Rome. It has way more syllables than that, but it's like it's a small little town. Somewhere in like central Italy. Yeah, that makes sense. I used to be a lot more cavalier with my names until the police report, so now all y'all get to know is that my name is Marco. What's my Italian mobster nickname? Deech. My nickname in my family is Deech. Fireball enchant is allowing my wings to cause the explosion as well. What do you mean, your wings? Oh, when the Arbiter wings hit, they're triggering a lucky hit chance? A police report? Yeah. Got a little bit of a stalker. Or at least did at one point. I assume they've mostly moved on to somebody else. Oh no, this had nothing. This was when I was a D2 speedrunner. El Vecchio? Pretty name. Huh, interesting B&T. People are crazy, yeah. Oh, that's cool, Miss Magic. I think when you grow up just eating pasta and white meat, mostly, you're just kind of healthy. Little village in Scotland. Oh, that's very cool. I'm also very Irish and Norwegian. So basically, fuck England. What stats do you need on the shield? The same stats. Shields can have the same stats. Once you have your masterworking and all that done up, you don't need as much cooldown reduction, and then you can run damage reduction. Golems all do physical damage. Have I experienced my game freezing up? I have not. Except at, like, the world boss when there's ball lightning sorceresses. Have you ever tried to use them together? You can. It gets you 2 more mages, but the issue is that's weaker than using a main hand weapon that actually increases your mage's damage. What hardware do I use? I have a 4070 Ti, 64 gigs of RAM, i7, 14900, whatever that thing is.
What? How can this be?
Installed on a solid state hard drive. I have gig download internet speeds. Any idea why Affliction Necro is listed twice on the push tier list? Nope. Probably just added twice. Yeah, it's just added twice. I'll fix it. Paladin builds are you considering fleshing out? All of them. Oh, I'll build. You see that? It's gonna get cracking out here. Why, you're gonna try to do a smite build? Smite build seems fun. Be a good thing. Let's go do this. I can't. Well, never mind. I never wanted to do it, and it was stupid for even saying I wanted to.
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake. Quite the challenge, eh?
What up, White Wolf? How you doing? Bum, bum, bum. So you can still hit him. That was a lucky hit proc. Huh. Oh, excuse me. Ahem. 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 Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Y'all ready for Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
Only if it's on rubber chickens? Damn. What's that emote flute thing? Emote flute thing? A Vuvuzela? I don't know, Della. I would have to read it myself, which I can do after this. How do you increase the ranks of divine gifts? You do the content that they modify. Oh, the automaton? Oh, the... That thing? What'd you pick for all-rounder Necro build this season? Probably this one. Golem.
Impressive. Unfortunately. A fresh whisper joins the swarm.
Having the same troubles when Spiritborn came out, everything feels slower and less flashy and less fun.
Estimation
Okay.
be your demise.
Yeah, you are feeling that. Yeah, well, Belial's there. He's just invisible, Scott. Like, his model is there. You literally can't run through him because it bumps you over. He's standing there. He's just invisible. Am I close to being at the max potential for this build? No. I'm probably at like 50% potential. Kirasaki, thank you for the follow. I'm going to do this one last pit run, and then we're going to try to do like above 100 and see how that goes.
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
And that's before, so I think I'm at like 50% of the realistic power of this build. Maybe closer to like 30 or 40%. But that's not considering slamming mythic aspects onto my gear. I don't know what this build looks like when you add on Air of Perdition to every slot. Well, that's the funny part. Like, minion builds wouldn't even want Shaco on every gear slot. Like, yeah, damage reduction is nice, but these skill ranks do nothing. From what I understand, they are not canceling each other out, but I don't have them to test. If I hit another Selig on another item, I could test it. Yeah, just get Shaco on every slot. Easy as pie. I've been getting this map a lot, which sucks, because I hate this map. Like, either all the mobs spawn inside that hallway, or they don't. And if they don't, then it was just a big waste of time walking through it, but you won't know until you're in the hallway. Okay. Let's do a tier 100. What am I expecting to see when it comes to the Necro? I mean, Can we limit the question in some way? Can we focus my thoughts? Because the answer is, I mean, anything. The skill tree could be completely different. Full integration of like aspects and uniques and all that. What does that look like? Full integration of the Book of the Dead. What does that look like? The question is too large for my brain to conceive of. Best way to farm Obdicite is to do Herodric Strong Rooms, so look for those on Nightmare Dungeon sigils. If you could also get Treasure Breach, you can get a lot of Obdicite goblins in those. Like to see fixed or reworked the entire thing. The Necromancer doesn't have a cohesive skill tree, nor does it really have like internal synergies outside of add skill tag and now put on passives. I would like to see the kit of the Necromancer completely reimagined because it feels like the least developed skill tree. It feels like a skill tree that didn't quite get developed. So like literally the whole thing to look different. Like, will we still have the same archetypes? Absolutely. Will our skills be these like little shriveled nothing burgers of like it just does damage that way? Hopefully that's very, very different. Does Golem hit twice include Fell Gluttony? I can't remember. I know it's not the most helpful, but it is the truth.
I've been waiting for a bit of fun.
Bullshit. Bullshit, I say. Hmm. Minions on the skill tree to further development. That would be good. Yeah, I can't imagine that we walk into there and we don't have an integration of minions into the skill tree in a meaningful way. Okay. All right, game. I don't know what you want from me there. I don't know what did. Oh, I need to remove the Belial thing. If I'm going to be pushing. Damage is pretty good. Damage is pretty good, yeah.
Another soul for the taking, I see.
Oh. But the knockback. See, the knockback is crazy. Sir. You have died. Okay. Here we go again. This time we do 100, and then we I'll even make incense. Golem feels amazing. Can you boost levels in Season 11? How can you boost levels? Like, how to level the fastest? I think it's taken somebody into, like, a boss arena and just slaughtering the boss. Very, 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 very fast. There's a level cap increase. I'm not sure what that means. Alright, let's see if we can casually run a tier 100 without me having to change anything. What were the top things that got you to T3 to T4? I'm a little bit confused by the question. Can you explain it a bit deeper?
Your reality is a dream. I've come to wake you.
Resources, damage, survivability, get to T4. Okay. Can you give me any context for what you're playing? Like, if you have very bad gear, I would recommend farming the PvP zone on the highest torment tier that you can reach. If you haven't seen my video, exclamation point PvP. That'll get you a bunch of resources and a bunch of items and a bunch of runes. So you can craft stuff and you can level up your gear. Playing Flurry Rogue. And a few bosses. Okay. I don't know... I know literally zero things about the rogue, but generally what you need to be able to survive higher tiers is better gear, which you can get via the PvP zone. Like, if you're not in full ancestral gear, like with max level aspects and stuff, and you're trying to get into Torment 4, I would highly recommend doing it. But like, I don't know what the Flurry Rogue needs. Like, I don't know if it doesn't work until you get a specific unique, or if, you know, you're using a good guide or whatever. Like, I assume that the max roll guide has progression steps that if you're not following them, you might struggle a lot, because those progression steps are typically built with like very particular things in mind. Let die. Why are you not dying? Alright, I give up on you all. You all are dead to me. I guess I don't, because there's not monsters over here. Hydrate. Thank you. I'm a little bit busy, so I will hydrate later. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Paladin is overpowered and you rolled Grandfather on your helmet. Rolling Grandfather on your helmet is pretty strong. You are doing quite literally twice the amount of damage that that build is supposed to do. That's a pretty good. Yes, the Paladin seems quite strong. Oh, I didn't take off the effect, so I'm still getting the double Belial nonsense for no reason. This should be... Killing this should get me. It should just pop, right? Yeah.
Another soul for the taking, I see. Tell me a lie. Seems what to do? What to do?
Where?
I will finish what Asmodan started. Where could I be?
Damn it, sir. All right, we did tier 100. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. Not too bad. Tier 100 Golem clear. Let's update my planner.
Always stay connected to your journey. Never allow your energy or enthusiasm to be dampened by the discouragement that must inevitably come.
All right, let's update our planner, and then let's do a video.
Always stay connected to your journey.
I guess I should answer the question whether or not chance for Golem to hit twice hits Fell Gluttony. I don't want to. But I don't want to, Daddy. Daddy, I don't want to. Yep, I got that. Rock, you're fucking funny, dude. How's it going, Raphael? Used I purified tongues and fought the Ubers. Hi. Yep. I have a video out on it.
This shield you forged.
I could teach you how to forge your own. My shield.
Okay, so first off, let's save. Save. Rename Golem push. World boss in 5 minutes. Okay, we go to the world boss. Okay, we go to the world boss. Here, hold on. I wanna be a little bit more efficient than that. I'm gonna go kill this guy, and then I'm gonna go to the world boss. Look at my little guys. Look at my little meatballs. She said, look at my little meatballs. Like while cradling them. She said that? Her? Of all people? It's messed up. I'm here, everybody. Don't worry.
Greetings. That was inspiring. No.
Entering T2, I probably had like 2,000 toughness. Maybe like 5,000 toughness. I thought that was a funny joke. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Captain Reynolds. They recommend 35,000 toughness for T4, which I think is wrong. I think you need like 100,000 toughness, but... For Torment 2, you just kind of walk through it. You get one shot with over 20k. All toughness is not made equal. I will say that. Like, me having 2k toughness and you having 2k toughness is not actually the same amount of survivability, really. I have Grasping Veins on my shield. Damn, I killed Holy Mang twice. Do you have equal toughness, Captain Reynolds, or do you have like a metric dick ton of fire resistance and nothing else? Aww. Also, if you're dying on the world boss, that's a bug from other people's meteors. Way more armor than res. Well, armor is strictly better than resistance in every way, so that's actually very good. But like the biggest contributing factor to your actual survivability is maximum life and not just having a high toughness due to a lot of DR.
Impressive.
Nice.
See some steel you need.
All right, let's do a little montage. Did you update your planner? No, not yet. I'm about to though, because we just ran a tier 100 with like 5 minutes to spare. So I'm feeling pretty good about the build. And then after that, it just comes down to like insane gearing for it. Which I think my gear alone could probably get me another like 2 to 3 pit tiers. And then leveling up the rest of my glyphs could probably get me up to 105. If I had to guess. Greg Quip, thank you very much for the follow. Pretty good. Let's see, where's Dog Boy? Who's Dog Boy? Who's Duriel?
They were nothing.
What up, Yama Cookie? How we doing? We're doing well.
Would be that easy.
Build's good.
You think you've won? This is just the beginning.
Goodbye. Indariel. Everybody loves Indariel. Everybody's like, oh man, Indariel. Oh, da, 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 da. Which, I get it. You know? I was 9 when Diablo 2 came out. I get it. I get it. Then big Duriel himself, or Belial him, big old Belial man. The Belial man is a big old Belial man. She's thick. Thicker than a snicker.
Your efforts are for naught.
Bruh.
I will drape this world in darkness. Reality is such a fragile thing.
See, this is why golems suck. For bossing. But nobody believes me. Look at him. Mac, why don't you have Golem as S tier for bossing? They're clearly great. Single-handedly protecting people from the darkness. Out here doing God's work. Killing bosses on Golem. Alex, thank you for the follow. What pit have I done? 100. with 5 minutes to spare. And my glyphs are at like 75.
Better than starting from nothing.
That is underwhelming on boss. So that is not underwhelming on a boss. The issue is that if you play on a controller and you activate Golem, you can't tell them to just activate right on top of you. So they jump to the other side of Belial and get stuck. But a lot of people play on controller and will have this experience. If you can actually target them to where you want them to go to, they would all just jump right on top of them and kill them. But on controller, would mages do better against Belial in that circumstance? Yes. They would. Das would. Do Maxwell guides call out controller issues? Mine do. You'll notice that in the Sever guide, I've had a pro and con which says suboptimal on controller play. And I will often call out controller considerations. I don't know if other guide writers do, because I'm not sure that they play on controllers and can speak to them.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me. I'm going to let you pray for me tonight. You shall die exquisitely. So, here we go.
Wow, it's 12 points either way. Oh, but it's one more intelligence. Oh. So this actually needs to be this way. Okay. What is next build? Probably Shadow Blade. This season is bad for the Necromancer? Not at all. Not even remotely. Who said this season was bad for Necromancer? Let's get some footage of me like speedrunning a tier 80. Wheels, thank you for the follow. Thanks for your guides. No problem. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for checking them out. Hydrate, thank you very much for the follow. Hydrate, thank you for the follow, is what I said. This is a really bad dungeon. Thank you for the hydrates, everybody.
A fresh whisper joins the swarm. Your underestimation will be your demise.
I'd like to get a better showing than that. What are those antlers beside people's name tag? What are the antlers besides people's name tag? That thing above me right there, that broken chain. That is the unstoppable indicator. Either side of my title. That is finishing the season journey bonus thing, I think. Speed farming tier 80. Can you do a quick and dirty summary of itemization changes? Can I do a quick and dirty summary of from 3 seasons ago itemization changes? Sure, it's going to be very quick, it's going to be very dirty. Because I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of season to season changes when things happened. So, tempering is now you pick the temper, you can re-roll it an infinite number of times, and eventually you can hit a greater affix. Masterworking is now you masterwork it up to 25 times, and at the end of it you get a capstone. The capstone adds 50% to any stat. This could even include a greater affix. You can re-roll the masterwork capstone as many times as you want. All of these cost materials. Items now have 4 affixes on legendary gear because they removed one of the temper affixes. The total number of stats that you get on gear is slightly less than it was in the old Masterwork system, but can still get very high on a single roll of a single stat because it can be a GA and have a capstone on it. They've added more important stats onto more pieces of gear. They have streamlined some of the affixes on gear. Items are very slightly weaker than they were previously. In this season, there's something called Sanctification, which is like Val Orbs from Path of Exile. They add on a random effect. These effects can be very strong. Please hold. Wait, hold on. Actually, can I just do this? I cannot. Okay, hold on. Please hold. There's not really bricking anymore, no. No problem. Where do I put these points? Decrepify? Kind of. Okay. Okay. So now that we have that, now that we can do that, okie dokie. Do you prefer the way it is now? I do. What are we testing? I'm just double checking that chance to hit twice doesn't work. Chance to hit twice does work on the activation. Because you get 6 of them when that happens. And now put this on. Let me look at that. Do it again. Okay. $632. Okay. Damn, Da Vinci Code is doing big things. And now put this on. Let me look at that. Do it again. Yeah, Fell Gluttony is significantly weaker than the activation. Against a single target, not against a pack. Editing while streaming is danger. Messing your PC up, not enough RAM or something. I can edit. I have like 64 gigs. Okay. Quit. How you doing, Frosty? Have you played this season, or are you just on PoE 2? Oh, right, the shop error. I forgot about the shop error you ran into. What was it? Thursday? Friday. 28. Saturday I streamed most of the day, right? 46. Sunday I streamed most of the day. 66. Let's update the planner. So for the ancestral setup, the big difference here is that this is Fell Glut, and this is Grasping Veins. I don't know that you can get this. Change this up to Fell Glut. Change this to a shield. And we're gonna do amp. Max life. Damage reduction. And then I mean, you can still have cooldown reduction on this. That's fine. For tempering, we'll have Titans. Damage reduction. Gustav, thank you so much for the 2 months. Is there any reason to not sanctify all your random gear? Nope. You just sanctify as much as you want. You'll have hundreds of the things. Hundreds and hundreds. It's like half the value with the shield on. I know the actual numbers don't matter, but the huge drop was alarming. Oh. That is very interesting, and I did not know that. Please hold. Fresh meat has been very shy this season. I've seen a lot of fresh meat. $3,700-ish. $3,700 ish. Okay, that's doing about 1,500. Oh, also this, I guess. Oh, you know what would make this so much goddamn easier? I wasn't fucking stupid. You know, sometimes you're stupid. About 1,100. Have you tried Blood Mist? Have you turned off damage numbers? Okay. Let's do some math. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's do some math. Perfect. Okie dokie. Let's do some math. 530 to 794. Ooh. 3176. Spell glut. 6%. 2. It's 480%. Okay. So, spell gluttony is 480%, right? A special if I just take 271 to 379. And this should be equal to this. Divided by this. What's happening? 1,560. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Nice. True mace. This is true mace. How do we get to here? Kind of put in my rogue where I feel like the build can do everything I want. Sitting at 218 Paragon, gear is solid, so I'm wanting to make a new character. What exactly carries over? Do I have to refarm Paragon? Nope. So everything that you own, you still own. All your Paragon levels are the same. You just have to level your character. And then, yeah, everything else carries over. You have to redo the seasonal quest line and the seasonal, like, track. For the reputation board, but you still have all of your powers. Why number different? Is there leveling uniques? No. What you can do is you can farm whisper caches and save up a bunch, and then when you log on to your other character, open them up for experience. But there isn't leveling gear. I mean, you can farm, like, twink gear, but there isn't, like, experience granting gear and stuff like that. Yep. Why not different? Okay, so is the increase in damage from Fell Gluttony strictly due to... Do I have a different shield? Strength. This one has damage on it. I don't want it to have damage on it. This one has damage on it. I don't want it to have damage on it. This one has damage on it. I don't want it to have damage on it. Oh, shit. Lidless Wall, get in here. Okay. Fell Gluttony. Go, Fell Gluttony. 433. Go, Lidless Wall. 433. They drop from Helltide chests, and you can also get them from dungeon key caches when you turn in a Whisper. Oh no. No, this is fucked. I'm doing 433 damage. And now I'm doing 433 damage. It is the opposite of a tooltip bug. It is not increasing your weapon damage for the calculation of on weapon damage scaling effects. what else does this impact? Howdy, Aaron. I'll show you the bug. Hold on. So let me just put this guy away so it's easier to see. So this is the effect Fell Gluttony in game. Scales from weapon damage. And it's currently listed at 1516 for the value. I'm going to put on a shield, which has no other stat other than plus 100 to main hand damage. So we go from doing 1516 to doing 1516. So probably just a tooltip bug, right? I'm going to activate. Fell Gluttony has done 433 damage. I'll put on my shield. And then I will activate. And Fell Gluttony has done 433 damage. Now, the shield's weapon damage is increasing the base hit damage, so he's doing 143 right now. Now he's doing 71. And it's also impacting the activation damage of like a Blood Golem. It's doing double damage. It's just Fell Gluttony. So this leads me to believe that the increase to weapon damage on the stat sheet okay. My assumption was that weapon damage was probably just derived from the same variable that would be used to determine the imprinted, you know, the aspect damage. But seemingly these two things are pointing at different things, or are looking at a different variable. And this is not being increased by the increase to my weapon damage, basically. Does the paladin... Oh, wonder if it's universal. I mean, we could see Ebon Piercer. Oh, interesting. Huh. You know what else is interesting? You can't put Fell Gluttony on a shield. like specifically, you can't put Fell Gluttony on a shield. Well, Fell Gluttony, the aspect doesn't recognize fields itself. Do I know if it's a bug on the max roll planner? Do I know if it's a bug on the max roll planner? I have no idea what you're talking about, Nandor. If you are having an issue with the max roll planner, please see the max roll Discord and put in a bug ticket. I'm currently doing things inside of Diablo 4. Can we talk about left clicking these items? Puts it into your stash instead of putting it on your cursor. Yeah, no, it's just for Fell Gluttony. What's the best way to get mythic items other than that new Nightmare Dungeon effect? Farming bosses. Like Belial. Huh. So how much do I care about this? Always bugged hell to not make them S+ tier. That is not an accurate narrative of the situation that we find ourselves in. I'm not exactly sure what this statement is attempting to say. Bugs are not the thing that stopped the Necromancer from being the strongest class in the game. It's a lack of viable skills. See, even that's not an accurate statement. It just scales less powerfully, is really the answer. Aren't golems not hitting twice? Golems are hitting twice, and they're activating twice. The only thing that doesn't hit twice is Fell Gluttony. And that's not even a, it should work that way. It's not even a, and that's a bug. It's, should it do that? So Fell Gluttony the proc does half the damage it should. Do I care? Do I still want to use a shield? Did I report the bug? There was a developer here watching me. And I have also reported the bug, yes. Worth trying to put Fell Gluttony on a focus, see if it changes anything? I'm not sure what that is seeking to test, so I don't believe so. But if you could articulate what it might be seeking to test. Oh, for Fell Gluttony? That's been reported to the devs for a while. I really liked the shield. like my big issue is I really liked the shield. And Fell Gluttony is currently what? Let's do it that way. Hold on. Oh, right. They have to level back up. Is shield problematic now? It is. Didi, thank you for the follow. Per Hylination. Birchwood heals. Thank you for the follows. So it's 517 and 1, 2, 3, 4. 517 and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4, 3. Here, Fell Gluttony is what? So 5, 1, 7, 1, 2, 4, 3. This is 17.21%. Versus 966, 1145. Is equal to this divided by 29%. I'm fine with losing 8% damage to gain 27% damage reduction. And this actually shouldn't be going down. So basically, this is what it should actually look like. It shouldn't be going down at all. This should be doubling. Or a little bit less than doubling. Yeah, so it should be 271 379. No, the focus should never be stronger than the shield. That's the whole problem. This should actually be equal to this multiplied by 1.763. Oh, hold on. That doesn't matter. It's the same function. Right, and we see this in game. Go from 15, 16 to 27. It could be multiplied by this. Oh, right, the focus should get quality. The shield quality doesn't actually change the damage that the shield confers. It only ever grants 100% damage. But you are correct. There should be quality on this. That's why this number looks so weird to me. 248, 348. Like, this number seems very odd. There we go. So this should be that. Yeah. Closer to that 1,000. Yes, there's an attack speed difference. That doesn't matter for Golem builds. Although this actually, so this should go down a little bit. Right, because you lose damage on the activation. So it's overall an 8% damage loss. Alright. I'm recommending a shield. It is overall an 8% damage loss, called a 9% damage loss. I don't know anything about numlock key macroing. I would check on Reddit or something. I'm a controller player. Okay. So. No, I can't because it's only an 8% damage loss against a single target. Against multiple targets, it's not. Yeah. Damn. Thanks, Xenomorph. All right. We're back to a foci. Damn. Are there Murlocs in D4 now? Basically. I mean, I've been here the whole time, so. Man, this really sucks the moon out of the sky. We just pretend that shield is better and be happy? We kind of can. Why is it not just 8%? The damage against a single target is tripled for Blood Golem. Or quadrupled. So in a pack, the damage from your activation is less than the damage from Fell Gluttony. And the vast majority of the pit run is clearing out trash. You're tired now? Congratulations. Focus only better for pit pushing? No, that is not what I have said. if you're at the point where the reduce, so like, if you're not pit pushing, you don't need the survivability from the shield. It is choosing to lose out on a significant amount of clear speed to gain a significant amount of damage reduction in regardless of the circumstance. You got Shaco? Nice. Oh. Let me make a good focus and see how long it takes me to clear a 100 and see if it's like significantly better. I mean, is this focus good? This focus kind of good. Kind of a good focus. See the kind of foci I have. Name Shaq West and I'm getting really rich. Cause I'm really with the shits. I would love a GA. I was about to say, I would love a GA max life. This one has a GA max life. I could just roll that life over to damage. Fun hit. Man, I'm like really bummed. I'm like really bummed. This could also be cooldown. That's kind of significant. Alright, we'll roll cooldown, sure. Yeah, Shaq West and I'm getting really rich.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
Did you know that when PowerPoint first came out, critics hailed it as the end of critical thinking? No, if that's true. I don't like the false equivalency I assume is motivating this particular line of questioning, but I did not know that that is a thing that people say happened. Percent intelligence. Fuck, I didn't imprint. This is a pretty good focus for Shadow Blight, though, if I end up running it. I'm not interested in backpacking about decisions for itemization. Thank you, though. I'm not attempting to perfect roll gear for this build. I'm about to stop playing it. exact same focus. Kalan's doesn't show up in character sheet summon attack speed. Correct. Kalan's Edict does not grant you summon attack speed. That's a stat that exists in the game. It does not grant you that stat. It grants your summons that stat. Life on hit. Sure. I assume I similarly survive. Okay. Whack is, thank you very much for the follow. All right, so let's run a tier 100 again. See what our comparative run time on this one was. And I mean, survivability is going to be harder, so I just have to like remember that. I should have significantly better clear time on the trash, and then worse clear time on boss and when the elite is left alone. Oh, why are my buttons all weird? What? What is that? What is that, game? What was that? What was that little? Alright, let's try that one more again.
I've been waiting for a bit of fun.
I'm also... have the wrong runes. Also, PowerPoint lectures do suck. I want to go back to this. PowerPoint does negatively impact your ability to like think about stuff and learn quite often as it is employed. The tool itself is not like at fault here, but what it enables is... I see this argument, and I assume that's why you're bringing up KBBQ, so like let me know if I'm wrong. I see this argument a lot where it's just like, it's just a tool, it's its application, and I'm like, yeah, so this is like the pedantic, like, technically the gun doesn't shoot you, the person does. And I'm like, yeah, no, absolutely, but like that person can't do that harm without that thing, right? And outside of like weird libertarians who think that like a utopia can exist which can't, we do recognize that the creations of things can be harmful if being put into the hands of people, often. You know, there's a reason why regulations are good when they make it so that the things that can be bad are less likely to be bad. It's just very easy to ignore all the times that this is the case because you don't see it because the bad thing doesn't happen. And like, all these shitty LLMs do quite literally misinform people and then they don't know they've been misinformed. And there's no way to know whether or not they've been misinformed. And then they are just going about the world with wrong information. Like, there is very real harm that gets done even on micro scales. And pretending that it doesn't to, like, support a narrative is just kind of fucking stupid. And I can't take it seriously. Like, it's like the denial of all of it is the thing I can't take seriously. Not to mention, it's fucking theft. Like, we keep pretending like generative AI is not just stolen data being used to like perform these functions often, and is quite literally taking people out of the market and opportunities out of the market for workers. And the people who get richer off it are the venture capitalists, who of course do not give a fuck whether or not there's a person behind the helm of the work being done. And we need to stop. We just need to stop throwing our bodies into the meat grinder because we think one day we'll be the rich venture capitalist. One day we'll be the Mark Cuban, and then we'll want everybody to sacrifice all of their existence so that I can pay the least amount of people for the most amount of work. We are gonna die. So I need to run one of these where I don't die to get a time. I saw Mark Cuban full-throatedly say, "No, you guys don't get it. This is actually accessibility. Now all the geniuses who can't do the thing can do the thing. And they should be able to do that." I'm like, yeah, tools to help people like do stuff. That's super awesome. What is the tool doing? Oh, it stole all the art and the thoughts from all the people who didn't get paid for coming up with them. And it's like, oh, so the geniuses have to get rich off the back of people doing work but not pay them? That's an interesting application of morality and accessibility here. That's a fun little gaslight there, Mark Cuban. Good job, bud. As always, look to the companies who are making the tools and how they are forcing them down the throats of as many major powers governments as they possibly can, and how they are seeking to weaponize just how hilariously and awfully dysregulated we are as a country right now, to make it so that there is nothing stopping them from ever progressing as fast and as strong and as completely what's the word I'm looking for even here? So completely, totally as it is right now. It's all about states. It's here in the United States, we have a big argument going on about like, it's about the states being able to make the decisions because where you live is not where I live. Like, I guess was true a while ago. But now, when it's the states would like to make different processes for whether or not they're okay with allowing these massive tech companies to like fully integrate AI into every part of not only their own enterprises, but all the government enterprises. The fucking president is like, their states shouldn't be able to make up different rules about this. It'll slow down the capitalists' ability to drain you of your money. There should only be a federal law. And it's like, well, hold on, wait a minute. What about overturning Roe v. Wade to return it to the states? Oh, it's almost like it's all a fucking lie. Okay. Sorry. It's almost like it's all a fucking lie. And the people who will be the most enriched by this is not me or you or this sad artist who doesn't want to learn how to draw or physically can't, which I fully understand is a travesty, right? I have the love of art in my heart and I can't draw. That doesn't mean you get to make money off of other people's work. That's not how anything else fucking works. What difference does it make to us, though? I agree. Why are you out here crusading to prove why it should be as ubiquitous as it can be? Why should we ever seek to ever question, hey, do we need this technology? What is this technology being used for? When they made the first atom bomb, I don't remember being able to go out and buy one. You said you're proving anything? You have... You get how you re-instigated a debate about AI, right? I'm not imagining that. Or was when PowerPoint came out, it was hailed as the end of critical thought, just like a fun Snapple fact? Was that just kind of apropos and nothing? Apple is a fruit, nothing more. Okay. Everything I said about AI is how I feel. We should really seek to safeguard civilization from generative AI not only continuing to rob hardworking people without their consent, and without actual avenues for them to know whether or not they've been robbed. But also, we should not seek to make our society reliant on it being integrated into every single app, technology, in every industry. We should really ask the question, what kind of impact could this have? Damn, dude. I'm pretty tanky for a person who can't be as tanky. The issue is playing on controller, I can't target without moving in a direction. So maybe mouse and keyboard this would feel better. So like I physically can't target without just letting go of thumbstick entirely, and then if I'm not in the right place, I can't target. Ah, my Christ, Belial. Leave me be. Darkness take hold of all of you. Oh, I mean, the shield is definitely what gave us survivability. I'm not confused about that. It's whether or not I can get more survivability on my build. Because the answer is no. I'm even using a less damage board and taking every survivability node on it. Backmain, thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. Look at this board that does nothing for me. Doesn't that suck? Yeah, I even have all the life over here. Oh, you know what? I don't have her here. That's actually pretty significant. My issue with everything you just said is it doesn't. I don't understand how I can increase shareholder value. You don't understand. Mark Cuban wouldn't have any incentivization for the market to regulate as little about all future technologies in this bubble as possible. He's already a billionaire. He wouldn't need more money. Oh, Mark Cuban. I suspect Mic Drop might be Bobby Kotick. Leave Bobby alone. What did Bobby ever do to you? No, I wanted to move. I wanted to move. All right. We need to reset here. I agree, Aaron, by the way, but then PvP play or hardcore players wouldn't need to use a scroll, so I can't leave the pit. Even when I'm not fighting monsters. I can't leave. How will the hardcore players enjoy their dying? Can I be honest? I don't know what killed me. Oh, and if it, just because it seems like it might not have been abundantly clear, I'm not actually trying to defend Bobby Kotick. I'm also running the barrier gen combo. So I'm not even stacking on max damage here. Oh, please let me out. I'm also not moving because I've seen a threat and I'm reacting to it. I'm moving because I assume there's 5 on-ground effects underneath me at any given time, and they're about to explode. Not that I can actually see them, but I just assume it. Oh, I'm getting angry. Am I afraid of IRL Skynet? Not really. I actually don't need Unstoppable. I have Unstoppable permanently. I need Unhindered. Oh, another issue is that with the change to not having the affixes above the monsters' names, while this game looks prettier, me as a controller player, I just can't know what is happening in front of me if there's more than one pack of monsters. That is actually a pretty big problem. Because I can't target monsters. Because I'm playing on a controller. But I can't have an overlay map. Because I need to be able to look at this. Oh, there's a thing somewhere under somebody. What? How? Okay. Who does the exploding thing? And why is it every pack? Why is every pack Executioner and the giant fireball on the ground? What's up with that, huh? Aren't there like 50 new unique affixes? Why is it always big explosion on the ground in Executioner? To what end? Oh, this one's Executioner and Mortar. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, and little lightning balls? Hell yeah, brother. Oh, we got some swords. Bang. Dude, it's every pack. Dude, it's all of them. It's every pack. It can't be all of them, right? Like it can't be every time I turn a corner. It's got to be sometimes, not all times.
Impressive, unfortunately.
I wouldn't put on Endurant Faith. I would just put on the shield. Endurant Faith would lose me the same amount of damage scaling as the shield would. I'm not attempting. So, by the way, I'm not trying to find a way to survive this content. I'm trying to find a way to do more damage in this content. Because we have found out that in using a shield, we are losing damage. But while I do appreciate the think tanking, we are trying to work inside of a restraint, not break outside of the restraint. And then experiencing the frustration of a thing not working due to a bug. Fuck me, dude. The damage is crazy. Can we kill Big Man? Big Man damage. Okay. Big Man dead. Oof. Okay. Go away. Oh, there's a big man over here. Hello, big man. Big man, how many things are you going to throw at me? Oh, another big man has teleported? Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay, okay. All right, big man. Jesus. Oh, it's Mortar. Hey, everybody, it's Mortar. You guys remember Mortar? I swear people are just coming into existence. Having a blast slam and everything. Oh yeah, dude, sanctifying's the tits. Oh, we got a mortar. Where are they? Who knows? Yeah, I don't know if any of these attacks would have killed me otherwise. So I have to be a little bit extra careful here. Don't I? Same clear speed because I had to fight harder. Alright. So yeah, so we gain damage in the clear, we lose damage against the boss, we have to fight harder. Birthday paradox is going on with monster affixes. It is a wee bit rough. Alright, I'm just gonna make a shield version and a non-shield version. You know, AI adoption isn't as widespread as they say. I don't know exactly what that means. The majority when it comes to your opinions on AI. I think a lot of people... So here's my major issue as well, just to like speak to this very quickly. Kids are just going to grow up with a bunch of LLMs dictating a lot of their app usage, and it's already happening. I have to go out of my way to not use, because it's not an opt-in. It's not a choose to have it. It's not like, hey, do you want to? Before I get to actual search results on Google, I have to scroll past the LLM trying to tell me the information that it thinks I want, where it will quote Onion articles. Outside of that, people are just very, very casually using, again, fully funded off of theft, generative AI for art. I have a hard stop right there. No fucking company just gets to steal from people and just make money off of it. And yet they do, and I am not okay with pretending like those people are not getting stolen from. And even worse, getting shit spit out at us that like isn't even the thing that you wanted, but it's the best thing can do. So like, I'm not an anti-technology person. I'm a fucking scientist, right? Yes, technology can get better. Yes, we can use it for more stuff. How aggressively the generators of these models are trying to force it down everybody's throats isn't just, I want people to buy my product. It is worse than that. This isn't just, I think everybody should read my newspaper. It's, why did they buy and pay for a president who is now forcing it into every structure in our government? that can't be good. And I don't need people to defend just another new technology that's coming out to serve the purpose of the people in power. And I do think it's that serious. I don't think that everybody shares my opinion. I think most people just click the little thing and then it makes them a cute picture of them when they're older. And then that app takes their data and sells it basically to everybody. Six companies all selling each other chips and then using those chips to eat up all of our resources to then also lie about how many resources they're using because it's hard to understand how big the scale is. Just to make some more people some bubble money isn't a world that I'm really keen on hearing people defend. That's why I react so strongly to it. Okay. What armor values are aiming for in your builds? As high as possible? The answer is as high as possible. So this is my build. I will die to on-ground effects no matter what I do, so I do have to dodge them. I'm at 24,000 armor, 47,000 or 4,700 resistances, 12.5 life, a total of 256 toughness without barrier. And I'm getting one shot in tier 100 by explosion effects. Okay, let's update the planner. I'm just gonna make a shield version and a non-shield version. Whether or not I like it, my opinion does not matter. AI exists and that's final. That's not how anything works in the world around us. Nukes also exist. I can't buy one. Your opinion absolutely matters. You are a consumer and a participant in society. Resurark, thank you for the follow. Oh, interesting. Thanks, BNT. The people in power want you to believe that you have no power, because if you believe that you have no power, you don't try to weaponize your power. Oh, Aaron is being sarcastic. I assume. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to assume that. I assume they're being sarcastic. Build can drop movement speed on boots. We've been dropping movement speed on boots for a while. Yeah. There's nothing like, so you would put in, also, why do I have all res on this? What is that doing there? Not everybody cares about power. No, everybody cares about the power that they have. They don't seek to... Power does not mean, like, bending other people to your will. People are not secure if they do not feel as if they can impact their world around them. Hey, GG, BT. Like, it's not about like going and influence people and becoming a CEO or like being the president or anything. Denying your power, which is also your responsibility, makes it so that you are a victim who is negatively impacting other people by not recognizing the responsibility that you have as an individual with the same given power as any other individual. Is it not on boots in planar? It is, Aries. Okay, so ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Real quick, Aries. When I'm making a planner, I need to serve there's a lot happening here. Let me back up. When I make a planner, I have to include people who aren't going to have the gear that I have. Having stats on things allows me to account for when people don't have the things that I recommend. So no, I don't recommend you not have movement speed on your boots, because if you don't have it, you will have a very shitty time. And if the people who know that they don't need movement speed on their boots know that, and they look at my planner and go, oh, I could have put all res here for a little bit more survivability, they already know that and they don't need my teachings. The planners need to be able to show people what they can do and what they can't do and what exists and all of that. Things like caps are a little bit better to deal with, like attack speed and critical strike chance. Like here, you actually don't need any of this attack speed, technically, but people will have a really bad time if they don't have attack speed, if they're not playing the build optimally. So you'll see like a lot of things in the planner to try to account for the fact that a lot of people use it, not only people who are super min-maxed. So yes, I have movement speed on boots, because if you don't have it and you don't have movement speed cap, you'll feel like shit. So whenever you look at one of these things and you go, oh, I could optimize that. I agree. You definitely can. It's not for you, basically. But yes, on optimized builds, we've been removing attack speed from boots often because it's not required. To BBQ, not proud of it, but I don't recycle. Okay. I don't know what to do with that, man. I don't know what to do with that. I also don't need to, like, evangelize to you. You live your best life. Oh no. Wrong. Nocturnus, thank you for the follow. Hello. Welcome on in. Damn, I have way too much attack speed or movement speed. So at this point, say a little corpse tendies. Little corpse tendies. I do need corpse tendies size on my setups. Do you do the Maxwell build or your own? What's the question? This is a build planner I'm putting together for Golem for a video I'm going to be making. I do not write the max roll build guide. That is Sirach. Do the sanctifications for this planner match what you've got? No. What's the go-to sigil powder farm? Getting sigils. And getting made sigils from different things. I don't know. I don't know who's farming Nightmare sigils. I assume it's just get Nightmare sigils by turning in like Indarial Asmodan caches as well as key caches and then salvaging them. Edgemaster? Guess? Seems it's near impossible to play without movement speed and boots and tempers. Well no, Air of Perdition gives you movement speed and then Reaper's Pursuit gives you movement speed. You hit 200% movement speed. Along with your like free rank to Death's Approach and stuff like that. Is Lilith capable of regenerating like the primes? I believe so. I don't see why she wouldn't be able to. Like, Andariel isn't a primeval. She comes back. Astaroth isn't a primeval, and he has come back. Okay. Okay. That's what I got. I'm just gonna recommend K-Rune. I don't care. Okay. So. Oh, gotta turn off this spooky music. So, I don't know if you know this, but the Golem Necromancer kind of slaps. Whether you need to be taking down the Mommy Lilith herself, any one of these various bosses, trying to speed farm tier 80 pits in 2 to 3 minutes pretty casually, or even pushing into the highest tiers of the pits. This is me very casually running a pit tier 100, where we managed to clear this with 5 minutes to spare, no sweat off the nose there. But the Golem Necromancer certainly made a splash, and I think one of the things that was most surprising for me is going from the PTR to this experience of it. I'm not exactly sure what the developers did, but I gotta be honest with you, it is one of the most fun times I've had playing the Necromancer. You kind of just hold down the Golem smash button, and the Golems continue to smash for you, continuously leapfrogging over you, smashing into the next wave of enemies, leaving behind nothing but a pile of corpses for them to slurp up so that they can smash again. Right now at the point of recording this video, the highest Necromancer pit clear on the Helltides.com website is actually a pit tier 105 on a Golem Necromancer, and it's pretty easy to understand why. The build is just incredibly fun. It has a lot of good versatility, and while it's not going to be the best Infernal Hordes farmer, and it might be a little bit more involved in things like the Hell Tides than, say, just an AFK minion build typically is. It quite literally can just be a one-button build, but if you're trying to get sweaty and push forward, the skill rotation is very simple. You kind of can't mess it up, and what I've actually included for you here is a planner, not only for an ancestral version of the build before you get any mythics, and on top of that, a mythic setup for the build, but I've also included an incredibly tanky version of this build that's actually going to be using a shield and a particular rune word combination. So if you're not looking to play the sweatiest, min-max version of the build, you can just run the super safe, super easy, super defensive version. And not only that, let me just go ahead and show you these two pit clears at the same time. The one on the left here is using a focus, and the one on the right here is using the shield. Because it turns out that with a lot of changes to the shield item in Diablo 4, sadly just a single bug slightly holding it back, you are getting near comparable clear time. I quite literally finished both of these in 5 minutes. The focus does strictly more damage, but the shield allowed me to face tank a lot more effects that I had to dodge playing the other way. So this is one of those few instances where picking damage or picking defense doesn't determine what pit tier you can clear. It just determines how hard you have to play to be able to clear that same pit. Have a good one, B&T. Let's go ahead and talk about the build, what you need to understand about it. So let's go ahead and talk about the build, everything you need to understand about it, the different intricacies of it, what you're looking to max out, a little bit of the mechanics. We'll go over the gear in the planner versus what I currently have, because obviously what I have is going to be vastly different than what I think is a perfect setup. And then I also just want to be showing you my gear because this is with roughly 40 hours played on the Necromancer and the gear that I've been able to get. So while I've got mythics and everything is sanctified, a lot of the stuff I'm wearing is hilariously underpowered. This thing has a lot more left to explore as far as optimization is concerned, but I figured I want to get a build guide out to you all earlier as opposed to later. So if you're trying to play this build, you have everything that you need. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
So obviously the big difference with this build is the addition of Grave Bloom. Grave Bloom says instead of having one big boy, you have 3 little meatball boys. Look at them. They're absolutely adorable. I love them so much. It also comes along with really good stats for your kit. It has base attack speed, it grants them attack speed, and while it does reduce their damage since there's 3 of them, it's actually more like an 80% damage multiplier. That's just how this roughly equates to. The respawn faster thing absolutely means nothing at all. But with Golem Mastery and chance for Golem to hit twice as long, as well as intelligence, but with Golem Mastery, chance to hit twice as well as intelligence and maximum life, this thing is nearly perfect as far as a unique item is concerned. This now counts as having 3 minions. Each one of them will proc their things independently. When you activate them, they will all activate. They will all activate Fell Gluttony as well, which is one of the major powerhouses on this build. There we go. I finally found it. Good job, me. But Fell Gluttony will also trigger from all 3 of them. They will all consume corpses to be able to reduce the total cooldown. Not only that, along with how powerful affixes get, when you masterwork and capstone them, you can reach all the way down to the 4-second cooldown for Golem. That means that every 1 second, them eating 3 corpses will reduce your cooldown by 3 seconds. So it does mean quite literally every second you can click the Golem button and activate it. What this also means, though, is that the actual damage of the golems, them swinging their big fists around, kind of doesn't matter at all. It's all about the activation. So with all this being said, we just need to find ways to be able to scale the golem's damage even better, and I will go into a bit more detail there because it's a little bit hard to understand, but I promise you I will make it very simple. And then just make it so that your Necromancer themselves can survive the onslaught of the enemies that we're fighting. And that's where the shield and the rune word combination are really going to come in handy. Are there any other mechanics they need to understand? What I like to do now is just jump into some of the mechanics that aren't immediately in your face obvious and why we're making some of the decisions, because that might cause some confusion. You might go, well, why does this work? Let's just try to get that out of the way first so everything else is butter smooth. The first thing to understand is about chance for Golem to hit twice. There are 3 different things that our Golems are going to be doing. They're going to be attacking with their melee attack. They're going to be activating. So every time that we use Golem, the Blood Golem does an instance of damage. And then on top of that, Fell Gluttony is going to be triggering as well. Chance for Golem to hit twice only applies to their activation as well as their base damage. It doesn't actually apply to the Fell Gluttony effect. Whether or not that's a bug is a little bit left to be seen. We've obviously reported it in. There's a lot of weird things with chance for minion to hit twice and them not working with things like Mendeln, etc. So hopefully we can just kind of get an answer from the developers and then work from there going forward. The next thing to understand about the Golem activation itself is that the Blood Golem does damage with its activation. The Iron Golem does as well, but Bone Golem doesn't. So we end up using Blood Golem not only because they have a very large base damage, they grant themselves a damage multiplier, but whenever they use their activation against a single target, they do 4 times their damage. And what this means is that their damage in clearing out packs of enemies is still very good, but you will see drastically bigger numbers when you're hitting the boss or fighting, I don't know, a layer boss or whatever, something at the end of an Undercity run. That's why you're going to be seeing the biggest damage spikes there, and that's why you may not see consistent damage, right? Against a big old pack of monsters, it's more dispersed. Against a single monster, it does significantly more. Kalan's Edict now works regardless of the number of minions that you have. Similarly, Hellbent Commander also works regardless of the number of minions that you have. So both of these work for your Golem, even though you only have 3 of them. Kalan's Edict is going to grant you attack speed. Kalan's Edict is going to grant your minions attack speed, not you attack speed. That's why this isn't going to show up in your character sheet. So you always just have to remember that they actually have 40 more from here that you don't normally see, and 30 more from here that you don't normally see. That's really important because Cult Leader requires your minions to reach 100% increased attack speed. So 40 from Kalan's Edict, 30 from the mace, that's 70 to start. There's also 10% attack speed on the mace itself, so that's 80 to start. And then the Frenzied Golem node down here in the Hulking Monstrosity board will grant them 17 attack speed here, and then 17 more from these 2 nodes. So quite literally, without doing anything at all, your Golem are already at 100% attack speed, as long as you have Grave Bloom equipped and these buttons clicked. What that means is that you don't technically need any attack speed on your character. Now you're going to see attack speed in my planner just because you activating the rest of your skills faster is valuable. The faster you can cast Bone Prison, use your Reap attack, use Corpse Tendrils, activate Soul Rift, all these things are valuable. That being said, if you don't put any more attack speed on your build, if you just choose to optimize differently, that is okay. They're going to be covered. And the last really weird thing is that Kalan's Edict has this little thing that says when one of your minions dies, they're going to gain a damage multiplier. For the rest of them, they're going to enrage. And that's why we're using Bone Prison. If you were to summon a Bone Prison and then click it again to cancel it, that counts as a minion dying and enrages your Golem. Yeah, that's weird. That's all I got for you. Basically, what you want to do is you want to spam this and cancel it as often as possible to get that additional damage multiplier. Now, that being said, Bone Prison also grants a 15% damage multiplier against targets inside of it and applies vulnerable. So it is just good to use regardless, but that's why you might see in the gameplay that I was constantly spamming this thing. Gamer Dad, thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome on in, friend. Thank you, thank you. Is there any other weird stuff? Okay. Yes, there is. And then the only other thing that we have to talk about is Hulking Monstrosity. Hulking Monstrosity says that by sacrificing your skeleton mages and your warriors, their sacrifice bonuses are going to grant additional golem damage. And that's why we are using the sacrificial aspect. The sacrificial aspect will increase the sacrifice bonuses that your skeletons provide, meaning that they're increasing the bonus to your Hulking Monstrosity that your skeletons provide. Not only that, but with Memento Mori, you're going to further increase the bonuses for the sacrifices from your minions. So this is actually really nice. It's kind of twofold. It allows us to get more damage, and it allows us to fix our stats. Because while initially you're going to be sacrificing skirmishers to be able to get the critical strike chance that you need to reach cap, once you're at cap, this doesn't do anything for you anymore. But what you can do is swap over to defenders. Sacrificing your defenders is going to grant you a ton of all resistance. So you'll see that without defenders, I'm sitting at 3600 resistance, and this is granting me 72 DR from this element. But with Defender Sacrifice, that bumps me all the way up to 4,500 resistance, as well as 75% damage reduction. Now, going from 72 to 75% damage reduction doesn't sound like a lot, but you go from taking 28% of the incoming damage to 25% of the incoming damage, which is something close to like 1/9 less damage. No, that's not how that works. 7, 8, 9. No, it is 9. Yeah, it is 18, 27, which is a little bit stronger than decreasing incoming damage by 1/9. Which is like 12% increase based off of rounding there. You're drastically reducing incoming damage, even with that small amount. But okay, great. That is the end of like weird mechanics for the build. Everything else is pretty straightforward. We're going to be using things like your summons do more damage. We're going to be using your minions deal increased damage the longer that they're alive. Grasping Veins to increase damage the moment that we hit something with Corpse Tendrils. And then everything else makes a lot of sense too, right? Blood Moon Breaches, Golem Mastery, Hellbent Commander, and then your summons deal and then you deal increased critical strike damage, which applies to your Golem. And then things like Shroud of False Death and Air of Perdition for when you're at the end game when you have Mythic gear. Why am I seeing an ad? But in the planner listed, I also have an ancestral version for you. So this is recommending things like Godslayer Crown, just as a nice little holdover, Blood Moon Breaches once you get it, Grave Bloom once you get it. If you were to go through the planner, you'll see my recommended Greater Affixes, my recommended Masterwork Capstones as well. And the only thing that you really need to focus on as far as stats are concerned, you want 100% chance to crit, you want as much survivability as you can possibly fit on your character. And then you want to get your Golem cooldown all the way down to 4 seconds. That means you need to reach a total of 75 Golem cooldown reduction. This is very easy to reach considering you can now get cooldown reduction on your rings as well as your gloves. But most notably, you can temper on Golem active cooldown reduction. What I would say is that whenever you get a new piece of gear and you're looking to retemper or reroll the affixes, make sure that you're not going overkill. More than 100% chance to crit does nothing, and you can't reduce the cooldown lower than 4 seconds. So getting more of it won't help. You notice that in the planner, we'll have the Mythic plus Sanctified setup, and I also have a shield version. I want to talk about the shield a little bit more for why we're not just recommending it across the board, because it's so good to be using a shield. And again, it's because of one little bug, and it deals with Fel Gluttony. I guess let's go to town. In this season, they made a massive change to the shield. They actually made 3 different changes to the shield. 1, the shield will now grant 100% main hand damage as opposed to 80%. What this means is that a shield actually increases your damage more than a focus does, because a focus does very slightly less damage than a 1.1 attack speed weapon. It does slightly increase your attack speed, but for the Golem, that doesn't matter. So a shield is actually more base damage than a focus is. Not only that, a shield can roll all of the same affixes that a focus can. So it can get crit chance, it can get cooldown reduction, it can get flat damage, additive, it can get intelligence, flat additive, it can get intelligence, additive damage, maximum life. They also changed it so that it can have offensive aspects and weapon and offensive tempers. So if you look at my shield on the right here, you'll see that it has damage, which is really nice. It has an offensive aspect in Grasping Veins, and it also has Titan's Fall ranks, which is the best in slot temper for this item on the build. So if you look at the difference between these 2 items, one has cooldown reduction, which we actually don't need any more of to be able to maintain the 4-second cooldown here. I could actually just take off my focus entirely and I'm still at 4 seconds. That mostly just helps out with uptime on Soul Rift. So instead of the cooldown reduction, which is just kind of nice to have, my shield has 27.5 damage reduction. I just want to show you the difference in toughness going from one to the other. Bada bing, bada boom. That is 60,000 toughness. That is absolutely bananas insane. We go from 94% damage reduction. Now this gives us a whopping 3% damage reduction when you swap between the two things. What isn't included here is the fact that we also get block chance and block damage reduction, which goes even further. But even on this scale, the increase of 0.3 when there's only 6 total percent DR left, we go from what? We go from 6.1 to 5.8. 6.1. 6.1 left to 5.8. 6.1 to 5.8. And while that little bit doesn't seem like a lot, that's actually further reducing incoming damage by 5% on top of gaining the chance to block and the block damage reduction as well. This could actually go even further because we could also have gotten armor on this gear piece. So that would further bump all this up even. But the question becomes, why would I not use this? It does more damage than the focus. It has all the same stats as the focus, and it gets me more damage reduction and a chance to block for even more damage reduction. It just seems too good to be true. And it's because of a bug. If you were to check out my Fell Gluttony damage here, it says it's going to do 15, 16 damage. And when I put on a focus, which should be less because a focus, again, actually grants me less total weapon damage, you'll notice that my weapon damage goes up on this effect. For whatever reason, currently, Fell Gluttony specifically does not read the increase to base weapon damage that a shield confers. I've already reported this into the developers. It does appear to be isolated to Fell Gluttony. I checked out Ebon Piercer, I checked out Mendeln. I haven't checked out the Paladin, the only other class that can use a shield. So there might be some weird stuff over there that might be explained by this bug, but I don't want to go and just say that out loud because I can't prove that without going and testing it myself. But here's the funny part. Since the shield is actually more damage than the focus, what it means is that while using a shield, everything the golem does more damage. So their base attack as well as their activation. The problem being that Fell Gluttony represents the largest amount of damage for our clear speed throughout something like the pit. So for AoE clear, Fell Gluttony does more damage. Against a single target where the golem activation does more damage, the shield carries the majority of the damage. And again, since I can run the exact same pit tier 100 in the exact same amount of time, one with the shield where I kind of don't have to worry about anything, and one with a focus where I have to dodge every on-ground effect, the clear speed ends up being damn near the same. So if you just want to use a shield and say screw Fell Gluttony's bonus damage, I think that's perfectly fine. I have been using a shield this entire time, and it wasn't until I went to go update my planner just to make sure I had all my optimizations correctly that a chatter pointed out that they noticed this weird bug with Fell Gluttony, so I went and tested it, and that's when we came to these understandings. Then promptly put on a focus, went and ran that same pit tier 100 in the exact same amount of time. So I got nothing for you. If you want to use the shield, go ahead and do it. What I will say, though, is that there's one change that I've made, which is the use of this rune word, Yule plus K. So Yule plus K here will grant you Druid's Earthen Bulwark, and what this will do is allow you to generate Barrier. One of the biggest issues on a Golem Necromancer is you just don't generate Barrier at a high enough rate. Golem do not have really good lucky hit chance. I think they have base 18% lucky hit chance, or maybe 20%. I forget exactly. And since we're not really spamming a lot of things other than the golems attacking, we don't trigger lucky hit chance a lot, and that's how we predominantly generate Barrier, most notably through Necrotic Fortitude. The Bulwark Barrier allows us to stack it constantly since we are perpetually hitting 1, 2, 3, 4 different cooldown skills. We have permanent uptime on Barrier. So if you still want to be using the focus, because technically that is faster clear speed with more damage, at least consider using Yule and K for survivability. This has drastically transformed my experience of the build and made a lot of really, really harrowing and difficult to clear content super easy. That's Golem That's the Golem Necromancer. I'm now going to start farming other builds, so you probably won't see any further optimizations out of me for this build. Like I said, I'll have the updated build guide. You can check that out. I'm also going to send all of this over to Sirach, who writes the Golem Necromancer build guide on max roll. So while I have my planner, you might see some differences. He can choose to test out the things that he wants to, see what he would like to incorporate, and then offer these things to you as well. So expect that to be updated in the next few days or so. Dude just had a kid, so give him some time. He's doing a great job, but he quite literally has a baby, cradling a baby right now. So again, give him some patience. But you can use this in the meantime, or you can just keep using the guide because there won't be that many differences between the two of them. Oddly enough, we collaborate and work together. If you're brand new here, if you'd enjoyed the videos that you've been seeing recently, or this is the first one that you came across and you appreciated it, hit the subscribe button. You don't want to miss out on anything. I'm going to keep these videos rolling as much as I can as we continue to plumb the depths of Season 11. Leave a like on the video and also comment down below. Do you have any other questions, comments, concerns? Could have I explained something better for you? Have you come across any weird bugs you don't see people talking about? I'd love to hear from you. That's enough of me yapping. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Golem build guide. Okay. You told me before, but what would be the pit tier loss without air perdition in Starless Skies? I need a lot of context, MRA. What build are we talking about? What up, Hybrid? Scientist. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Sup, kid? What it do, Hybrid? Benvindo. Shield of Retribution. What would the pit tier loss be? Help me understand this. Why does it matter? Because knowing the information doesn't change whether or not you have the items, right? I feel like there's some other question that might be better answered. Because I can't get past 97 and I don't have either. Okay. One thing is attempting to calculate it. I can't give you an exact number, right? Because I don't know which pit tier that build gets to in the endgame on perfect gear. And whether or not it is above or below 100 changes the answer. But roughly a 1.6 multi and a 1.5 multi if you ignore everything else, which you kind of can. Like, it would get you some additive and some strength in different places. But it's just a 1.6 and a 1.5 multiplied together. Which ends up being 140% damage loss. So you're doing less than half the total damage that you would be doing, except
My
you have to
boy,
compare
I
it
won
against
20
using
bucks on a random
alternatives.
scratch ticket. Here's to you, buddy.
Thank you, Hybrid. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Whoa, whoa, hold on.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Hold on. That's more money than $20.
You're a real one.
Hold on, I could do math. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That's incredibly generous of you.
You subscribe to a bad
Thank you very
content
much.
creator. You're a real one.
Those 2 mythics are probably like 3 pit tiers.
So,
I'll arbitrarily say. Maybe 2.
you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one. So,
The reason why I'm being so cagey about it is because I don't feel like this information
you
or
subscribe to a
this
bad
like
content creator.
way of analyzing performance
You're a real
is
one.
of any use, because it doesn't allow you to like differently have those items or engage with them differently. It kind of just feels like if it's just to give hope, it could be. Is it to give hope, or is it to just feel bad? I can't figure out what logically it helps. Have I tried a bit of Paladin? Yeah, I did my season star as a Paladin. I have a build guide out for Blessed Shield. I had a blast. So now that we have all this, we speed farm? Okay. That helps me to understand a little bit. What are you doing? Stupid Golem. Okay, done with Golem. I feel pretty good about what we discovered. Thanks to Ares. It is... Oh, I don't know how they say it in Portuguese. It is son las siete. Seven. Yeah, so Portugal is only 5 hours ahead. Sete. So, very close. Sao sete. Sao. Is that like Sayo? Like Sayo? So not sete, just set. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. I've been pinged. So I must answer an email. Hmm. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So now the question is, how does it feel in like an 80? Because it should feel a lot better. Also, well, hold on. Here we go.
32 months or something.
32
How's it
months?
going?
Where's Sarah? Yeah, there's so many people playing Diablo. We're running Undercity, and for some reason in Diablo there isn't dropping any claws in T4. Wondering if I'm missing something. Nope, you're not missing something at all. They're just incredibly rare. Wise Fool, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I'm just trying to do some speedrunning to level up some glyphs here. Thank you so much. Welcome in, my friends. Hello, my name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Maxroll. Play a whole bunch of Necromancer. I have tried out the Paladin, having a great time. I hope you guys had a good stream. Thank you so much. How are you doing? What were you doing? What were you playing? Do I have a mod? Trev, are you here? Playing some Pally? Pally's been a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun on Pally. What build are you playing? Arbiter Hammers? Or are you doing something cool? It's not Shade. Big Hammer Life? Hell yeah, brother. I was doing Blessed Shield Thorns build. Well, it's just, you know, it's the coolest build. I think Arbiter Hammers is the coolest build. They gave the most toys to Arbiter because it turned you into an angel. So that's pretty chill. If I pre-order, I get full access to Pally? Yep. You play the Paladin right now if you want to. Somebody asked earlier, what is the bug with Fel Gluttony? The answer is the shield. When equipping a shield, you do not increase the base damage of Fel Gluttony like you should based off of its weapon damage. So it doesn't increase Fel Gluttony's damage.
Stereo Mac was lurking, then also raided in with wife. GG. Keep the good content going.
Oh, what up, Supremo? Thank you so much for the 31 months. And thank you again, Hibiko. Hope you're doing well. Have you tried out the Paladin? Are you playing? Hold on. Let me just finish off this pit real quick, and I'll give you a proper hello. Gonna be lurking, homie? Alright, we're gonna pull up your channel in just a second. I like to do that typically. I'm just in the middle of the old pit run. If you want to stick around to hear me say nice things about your channel, feel free to do so. That is the 31st month. It's disastrous. Thank you so much for the follow. Hey everybody, welcome on in. If y'all got questions, please feel free to let me know. I don't only play Diablo 4. I play all the ARPGs. But I was a Diablo 2 speedrunner. I write for Maxwell for Diablo 2 as well. Though there hasn't been much to write about since Mosaic Assassin was added in. Thorns Blessed Hammer to Arbiter Hammer. Or Thorns Blessed Shield to Arbiter Hammer. And like 8 pit levels, even with the Scuffed Hammer. It's good. Yeah, I mean, Hammer clearly seems to be the strongest setup. Something feels odd here. Like, this is slower than before, and I had a better map. Yeah, we recently did pit tier 100 on this setup. So now it's time to level up for Shadow Blight. Here we go.
Fuel your day with Orgain.
Ah, Gayate. So, for people who don't know Wise, this is Wise. Welcome to their Twitch channel. Embarked on a stream journey on Twitch after immigrating from Canada to America. Oh, like Drake and Justin Bieber. Unaware country became a challenge, leading you to explore new avenues. Deep passion for video games decided to give streaming a try. Through dedication and perseverance, I'm able to cultivate an incredible community, and streaming has been a source of pure joy in my life. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to have this opportunity. See, just a bunch of nice stuff. A bunch of nice stuff. So go give Wise some love. They're a degen from up north. Get it? It's the only Canada. It's the only Canada media I've ever consumed. I'm sorry. All right. Go give Wise some love. Alrighty. Okay. Golem Planner is updated. This felt worse. I don't know how though. I appreciate that, man. You as well. All right. It's now been 4 hours since I stood up. Y'all, I'm standing up. Y'all, I'm standing up. You can't stop me. I'm standing up. I'm also putting my shield back on. Fuck this. Am I digging the season? I'm having a great time. I'm having a really good time with this season. I'm getting up. I'm getting some food. You know, like a human who eats dinner at 7 p.m. I'll run ads now so we're not interrupted later. Y'all can hang out and chit chat amongst yourselves. I believe in you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you. And we will be right back. Don't go nowhere. If you do, I'll cry in the real world. We'll look at this thing. No, this. Which one of these? This one. Look at that. I hit Vehement Brawler on this thing. I'm back. I was talking. Thank you for letting me know. I got my little bowl of food. Little bowl of food. I gotta eat it and it's too hot. So I'm gonna say, if you'd like to, you can ask me questions, AMA style, while I eat my food. What up, you Bellium? No, bowl of food. It's a rice bowl. Let's see. What are people saying about Diablo 4? Have you tested Crown of Lucian this season? I think it might be bugged. I haven't. What do you think it's bugged in? Best way to test damage of one piece of gear versus the other. I can't really take away my other gear since it's super based on the affixes. Target dummy is flashed with numbers. I can't see the relevant ones. Learn how to calculate the differences is the best way. I haven't played since launch. I'm a little bit lost at endgame what activities I should be doing. Do you know if there are any decent guides out there?
Hey folks, this is Riker with your ultimate guide to Diablo 4.
There you go. People are doing aura builds. But like, gamer dad, what does it mean you're trying to test one piece of gear versus the other one? Doesn't appear to be adding damage to Shattered Spirit. Yeah, it should work for everything. That might be a bug. But the answer to this is generally you should just do stuff until you either run out of the keys or it gets too hard and then go do the other stuff. And just kind of do things whenever there are whispers. And also, you just kind of jump around perpetually. Like you do a couple undercities and then you go do a world boss. That gets you a nightmare dungeon key. You run it because it's a whisper. That gets you some loot. You go farm up some obdicites so you masterwork a new piece of gear. Then you take it into the pit to see how fast you can go. There isn't like a do these 10 things and now you're done that I like to approach it from. Because it demands that you get the same outcome that I would get. But Riker has good like ultimate, like, here's what you should be focusing on guides. I think pepperonis are a cheat code. With vulnerable or like generic damage? Like, do you mean like an item that is tempered with plus to vulnerable damage or generic damage? Like, do you mean the difference between this stat and this stat? So, neither of these stats care about whether or not it's a skill or an effect. And all additive damage is made completely equal, unless something else is affecting it. If you have 100% uptime on vulnerable, vulnerable is strictly rather than base damage because vulnerable is a higher number. If you ever have downtime on applying vulnerable, then it's just the difference between the two. So like, vulnerable damage is this % more valuable than this damage if you can apply them both at the same rate. If you can't apply vulnerable at the same rate, it's just the rate of application multiplied by its value. If monsters are always vulnerable, vulnerable damage is strictly better in every single context. Unless your class has a thing that says, like, so like, here's the example that like always trips up people. Shadow Blight says its damage is increased by 70% of your corrupting damage and shadow damage bonuses. So if we were comparing which one of these two things is like more valuable for my character, if it's not shadow damage, it doesn't also increase this, so it has less value. But if it's all that it is the additive damage, if you apply vulnerable all the time, it's strictly better. But I really want to stress, $50 damage is 50 damage is 50 damage. All it asks is if you meet its requirements. So like, critical strike damage isn't more valuable than overpower damage. It's not more valuable than vulnerable damage. It's not more valuable than plus to judgment damage. It's not more valuable than damage to close. All it asks is the target vulnerable? Did you critically strike? Did you overpower? Are you close to the target? If yes, then you want the biggest number from any of those options. Nightmare Dungeon sigils are completely random. They just have a chance to spawn with that affix. Hola. ¿Cómo está? So if you can keep Vuln up and you have talents that boost Vuln damage. The talents that boost Vuln damage do not matter. Those are multipliers. There aren't things that actually increase your vulnerable damage. There are things, so, like this. This sacrifice says I deal 36% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. That doesn't actually increase my vulnerable damage. It just says, if the enemy is vulnerable, I do 36% more damage to them. Putting on vulnerable additive damage doesn't interact with this in any way, shape, or form. The issue is that your character sheet tells you that it does. So you'll see here, it says I have 98.2% vulnerable damage, but if you look, I actually have 0 of this stat. This is just showing me all the multipliers that I have. I don't actually have 98.2% vulnerable damage. I just do that much more damage against a vulnerable target. Similar to all damage. All damage says I have 1,000 all damage. No, I do not. I have 373 additive all damage. Then I have a bunch of multipliers that are generic. So it has nothing to do with having talents that stack vulnerable damage. The only thing that matters is if you have an effect like Affliction. Affliction says gain a multiplier equal to 120% of my damage to crowd control targets, vulnerable damage, and critical strike damage. So, because I will apply vulnerable to the target, my additive vulnerable damage is very valuable because it has 100% uptime, and it increases this damage number. Unless you have something like this, which literally says, based off of how much you have, increase this number, it doesn't matter at all. What thing on the paladin refers to vulnerable damage? Yeah, so something like this, right? You deal 6% increased vulnerable damage. Or you deal 6% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. This does not impact or care about what kind of additive damage it is at all. Doesn't read YouTube chat? I'm literally looking at crack in the armor. I do read YouTube chat. I read them both. They're right next to each other. I am confused though, because I'm looking at the very thing that you offered as an example. When I realized in Nightmare Dungeon last night, the Golem build is just a better Blood Surge build. Yeah, strictly better in every way. Yep. So all this says is that if the target is vulnerable, you do this much more damage to them. This is a whole separate multiplier. Has no impact on your additive damage at all. Do not feel bad. This is the most common misconception. And it's because your stat sheet says otherwise. Plus exploit glyph. Yep. I'll double check that the Paladin's exploit glyph doesn't say like something weird I've never seen before. Yep. So, exploit glyph says increase damage to vulnerable targets. You could have no vulnerable additive damage at all, and it would not change the value of this. But what I will say is that if you're playing a build that also has a 100% chance to crit, crit will always occur 100% of the time, so it's worth 100% of its value. So if there's ever even a little bit of downtime on the vulnerable, it would be worse than an equal amount of critical strike damage. Sorry. Gross. Alright, let's level up my other glyphs.
That's not a bad pull. What finished are you? Watch my hammer sings on your return.
I'm gonna run a Duriel real quick. Doing nothing but Undercities makes me sad. Oh my Christ. Kill them. Kill them all. No thank you, Bellion. What happens if I just let them run around? They're doing great. Made a good point on the stream with Woody. Oh, a little 2GA little guy. Hello. What the? What was that? What was that? Hello? Made a good point on the stream with Woody. Oh, a little 2GA little guy. Hello. What the? They're doing great. Made a good point on the stream with Woody. Oh, a little 2GA little guy. Hello. What the? Okay. Anyone have a mythic never done check goodbye? Oh, that's a great question. Are they only going for 1.2 billion? That's like not really a lot of money. Unless people are selling it for service. People might be selling services for $1 billion, but I think buying the sigil itself for $1 billion is probably very low. Oh, buy into, so you're probably, yeah, buying service. Gotcha. Maybe that's the going price? Not too sure. I don't like hidden armory. Back to the pit.
Focus and concentration. The person can concentrate intensely on a specific
Back to the pit. Level my glyphs. Back to the pit, level my glyphs. Oh, I had to think about Unyielding Commander. Wish I could see that build. What, this one? Oh, yeah. Akia's. I just have to look at uptime on Unyielding Commander. I don't really need to see the rest of what they've got going on. Supposedly there's a second 105 up.
fresh whisper joins the swarm. What? How can this be?
Your hand fell in a deep fryer? I mean, that's heinous. I don't need to explain that to you. You experienced it. Jesus. I mean, that is priorities. You can't tell me otherwise. Oh, I messed up. That's okay. So you have to level up the glyphs for Shadow Blight, and then I will play Shadow Blight to level him up the rest of the way. I'm obviously going to keep all my Golem gear together, because I wouldn't mind fine-tuning this thing. Hold on. Zoop, 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 zoop at Toscane. Bang, bang, bang. Hello? This is under 3 minutes. Hell yeah, brother. Gib. Nice. 2 GA pants. Oh. I mean, pretty good. Not complaining. So that's a Bizzle. What do I have? I have Eliminator, Golem, Essence. So I have a Bizzle here. I need... Sacrificial? All right. Let's hit these pants, see what them pants do. We got the GA Masterwork crit on Hellbent. Very nice. Where'd you get up to with Golem? I've run tier 100. And I had 5 minutes to spare. With a bugged shield. This is socketed, nothing else to do. Upgraded a greater affix. Nice. Alright, I mean, it exists. Technically better for some other builds that needs crit chance, I guess. Alright. What shield did I use? Just shield. Like a shield in general. But the shield doesn't increase Fel Gluttony's damage like it should. It's a bug. When you salvage a masterwork item, do you get the mats back like in previous seasons? Yeah. You get like 170 odd to sight back.
See some steel you need?
Technically best in slot for light.
Hammer sings on your return.
Made it 200? Yeah. We cleared 100 with 5 minutes left to spare. So right now I could probably do like 102? Maybe? And that's with like pretty tame. I haven't sanctified most of my gear. No, I've sanctified my mythics at this point. So I haven't sanctified 3 pieces of gear. 2 pieces of gear. Also, like, my rings are now from a very long time ago where I don't need this much cooldown reduction, and I don't need this much crit chance. Also, this one hit replace stat, so I'm missing out on some survivability. It's my toughness at 243. Without barrier. Without the shield on, which obviously like isn't completely accurate, right? Because I would have a focus with life and stuff. Those are my stats. Staring at the mirror, like what's the deal though? Trying to make it, dog, but I got bills though. Keep dying because you can't tell the diff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you just have to like really. You have to. What I say you more so have to do is you just have to learn what the elites are and then understand that they basically do their effect every few seconds and then be seeking to avoid those by moving. Because you can't reliably see stuff. Hello? I haven't found that the explosions in swords don't line up with when they apply their damage. Oh, that's not a way. I can go. What build is next? We're doing Shadowblight. Although Shadowblight isn't the same build that it was last season. It's also not going to use Melted Heart of Selig. Man, I am pretty excited for not having any unstoppable. I might legitimately just put Blood Mist on my bar on Shadowblight. How different is my planner from max rolls? It shouldn't be too different. I don't keep a compendium list of like all planners on the website, and if mine differ from them, sadly. Oh, that's awesome, Justine. I'm happy to help.
am not finished with you. I will return.
Trying to make it go, but I got bills though in my end, so catch me if I fall. I'm about to take the show on the road. We go, yeah. Take the show on the road. We go. Or roll this ring. Take the show on the road. Chill. They already know you ill. In the back bars, I already know the deal. Staring at the mirror, like what the deal though? Cooking bacon, you don't need a lot of dough. Nice. Alright, so that's actually all I needed. I don't need the crit chance. So then I can put...
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Sure.
There is power in these stones.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
I hit max life on the last one. I wouldn't mind hitting that again. Oh, it's actually this one I need to replace. We're about to masterwork it, so that's enough. So that's enough. Probably not the crit damage. Oh, that's on int. That's a lot of intelligence. Where can you find this build, please? Exclamation point build. Staring at the mirror, like, what's the deal though? Trying to make it down. I got bills though. Get my ends though. Reanimation. Slightly stronger reanimation as well. Huge. And now we slam it. This is the Golem build. Right? Everything's good? Okay. New affix. Max life. Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah. Too much management for me. A man can only do so much. You're playing on console. I also play on controller. You kind of just walk forward and just click Golem activation. But it is a much higher APM build than, say, something like base minions, where you kind of can't do anything else. Well, I need 80,000. Now I need 69,000. Nice.
Good business, good business.
Nice. So I had this one, which like has a lot of colors on it and stuff. That kind of doesn't matter. More all res. Maximum life instead of shadow damage, which did nothing. Double additive damage for crit chance I didn't need. With maximum life. And more int. That's just like a lot more damage. Nice. Will I ever need this? No, I will not. Nice. Goodbye forever item. Hydrate. Yo, what up, Steve? Played your first pit tier 60. Very nice. Oh yeah. Be real, be righteous, be relevant. That's a much better ring. Huge amount of intelligence, maximum life, 100 additive damage, and maximum life, and a higher aspect with more res. Feels good. It spawns a goblin that when you kill it, drops 5 mythic items. It is incredibly rare, and people will buy slots in your dungeon for billions of gold. So I'm playing on controller right now. I am just every second or two clicking X and A and right trigger and left trigger all at the same time, not really paying attention. And this is doing pretty well for me. But even though it is like a very high like skill rotation build, you kind of just like do this. And then when I'm fighting an actual monster, I'll like offset them a little bit. This has been doing pretty well for me. What is the best way to get runes? Run rune tributes and cube them up. Or go open up PvP chests. You'll get like 4 or 5 legendary runes an hour. The bulwark tech is awesome. I really, really like it. Cube up the runes. So you can combine runes for a chance at getting different runes. So you can combine all your like magic and rare runes together and see if you get legendary runes out of it. So we're gonna run Eliminator, Essence, Abyssal, Sacrificial. Amplify? I make too many build guides, and I don't remember all of them. I make too many build guides, and I don't remember all of them. Hey! Look at that handsome guy. Ain't he handsome? Hey! Look at that handsome guy. Ain't he handsome? Gravekeeper? Gravekeeper? All right, I want... want an exploit because really don't get good. Yeah, so I definitely need to swap this over to like sacrificial or something. Gravekeeper. Sir, you eat all the corpses. Oh, no. We kind of found that you have more corpses than you think. But sometimes you don't. Yeah, I don't know. But an exploit. Okay. Sure, I'll level up an exploit buff. So, Eliminator, Essence, Abyssal, Sacrificial, and Exploit. I want to play a different build because I've gotten to the end of the build. I want to play a different build because I've gotten to the end of the build. And sometimes when you get to a build that you're done with the build, your brain says, hey, this ain't fun. Do something else. Maybe that's ADHD. Bum bum. Maybe that's ADHD. But hey, I wanna play a different build. And hey, I wanna play a different build, and hey, I wanna play a different build. Oh. And hey, oh, O's, are you still here? You even playing Necro? What are you playing? Playing Affliction? Are you just leveling or are you still on it in T4? Damn, dog. Now, is that on, like, Mythic Sanctified gear? Oh, that was the exit. Oh, there is. There's also the seasonal thing which says that when you kill the little Duriel maggots, they'll drop runes. That is a true statement. Or are you physical immune? You silly badilly. You know when you just want to play a different build? What was that noise?
Do
It's kind of funny. Golem is very strong. And yes, once you're like one-shotting every pack, like it goes by very fast. It has like a maximum efficiency coefficient that is you can activate it once a second. And at that point, it comes down to not necessarily running the things faster, but running it at a higher tier. I gotta fix my little rug. It's all bunched up. So, Carnivane. Carnivon.
You subscribe to a bad content
Sean,
creator.
Carnivane. Thank
You're a
you
real
very
one.
much for the new sub. Welcome on in, friend. Hello, hello. Is this all the way up? Add perfect GA, blessed hammer gloves, sanctify them, and it fucking replaced the blessed hammer. Ripper doodle. Thank you so much. Long time watcher? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Come on in. Is that really where my damage is? Getting back into D4? Welcome back. Hell yeah, brother. What you done with pal? You're gonna swap over to Golem? Golem's a lot of fun. Now, if you've been playing Arbiter Hammers, you're gonna have to click a bit more buttons. But if you've been playing something like Blessed Shield, then it'll feel kind of the same, I think. What up, Goku? I remember when Jaden Smith made the song Goku. That was a banger. Tectonic volcano with the island, you don't want no problem. All you haters need to grow up. Y'all didn't know it down, now you know it. My credit card didn't go through. I'm balling. I feel like I'm Goku. Look at him. Back again. Hey, whoa, yeah, I feel like I'm Goku. Look at him. Back again. Hey, yeah, I feel like I'm Goku. My credit card didn't go through. I'm balling. I feel like I'm Goku. Goku. Balling. I feel like I'm Goku. My credit card didn't go through. I'm balling. I feel like I'm Goku. Goku. Balling. I feel like I'm Goku. Shingoku, thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. Credit card didn't go through. I'm following. I feel like I'm Goku. Goku. Following. I feel like I'm what? Wow. Oh, is pushing with the Belial Eyes actually wrong? Oh, don't kill me. Died. I need to learn how to be pretentious? I don't think you want to be pretentious. I think that's the opposite of what people would like to be. You're too honest? Being pretentious is not the opposite of being honest.
Your underestimation will be your demise.
Like, being pretentious is inflating the importance of the thing that you have done. Not lying for the sake of others. Don't understand the pit anymore? So here's the thing. You know how we keep saying there's you know, like a completion bug or like a progression bug? Hear me out. Part of the logic of the pit is actually that there's a total amount of progression spread out over the monsters, and what it shows you in your bar isn't the actual amount that you have accrued, because it's doing math based on monsters left, and then at some point it recognizes it hasn't given enough to you, and then finishes it. But it looks like you're getting a bunch of cool progression for free. But almost every time that, like, I am conscious of it occurring, the progression bug occurs when I go, are there even any more monsters left on this floor? And then it pops. So by adding in the eyes, it is like redistributing more of the progression across the monsters. I would have to do a really big sample size, but I'm not sure that the eyes make us complete the pit faster. You don't have to apologize, Dennis. Hold on. YouTube chat did just say backpack where he keeps his applesauce, which is just to get me to start stimming. And I feel there's got to be a law against this. This has to be entrapment. This has to be something. Like you're a cop. I don't know. Something about this. I don't like this Pavlovian dog existence. Because I do want to talk about Jom in the backpack where he keeps his applesauce. Because it's the applesauce that you crave. But I don't like being manipulated like this. Can't just, this is like getting on a plane and saying bomb, you know? Like, you're like, yeah, sure. You made them do your little dance, but now everybody else get off the plane. Backpack where he keeps his applesauce. John's got the applesauce that you crave. Now, you know the reference, right? Like, you didn't only hear that from me, Chief Sona. Like, you've caught Juicy Jom's wave before, right? No, see? No, Aries, see? You can't just go do that now. You watched it last night for the first time. It was good though, right? It's a funny episode. That's who I am. I know your name is Bing Bong. I know that. But you can't just be saying other vocal stems after I yell at this person for triggering my vocal stem. That's double entrapment. 2 nights in jail.
Another soul for the taking, I see.
What is a vocal stem? So, you know when you get like a song stuck in your head or a catchy tune and you just keep singing it? That. All right, we got our glyphs. Time to play a new build. Time to play a new build. Time to play a new build. My major issue is that in my head it says keep making that noise because noise good. And then eventually other people notice I've been making the same noise now for hours and it starts to get annoying. Backpack where he keeps his applesauce. John's got the applesauce that you crave. Everybody catches Juicy John's wave. Okay, so that's my golem build. For my new build. What did this even sanctify? Crit chance. This got item quality. That's pretty good. Backpack where he keeps his applesauce. So the things I need to replace are these. John's got the applesauce that you crave. Swimmin' in Cinnamon Women is a perfect bar. I also came up with Swimmin' in Cinnamon Women, which I think is pretty good. Freaking PvP farming advice. The first event I did on Tournament 1 got a mythic legendary. Fuck yeah, dude. Everybody should be farming the PvP zone. GG. That's huge. Alright, do I have a good sword? Oh, I also have I have a bunch of, what's it called over here? Mythics. I want to like get a whole page of mythics and sanctify them as like a video. I also have my cooldown reduction Doombringer. Ooh, this was the sword I wanted to use. This is the sword I wanted to use. This is the sword I wanted to use. You got a Shroud with a Starless Sanctification? I have a Grave Bloom with a Selig. Dude, that's sick. Why don't I have those? Where's mine, huh? Alright, I will be right back. Give me a few minutes. And do a quick little bio break. And then Shadow Blade. All right.
How do I fight Astaroth this season? I haven't gotten any of the triple NM dungeon keys.
Milk Money, thank you very much for the 100 bits. You have to run Nightmare Dungeons that have strong rooms in them, and then strong rooms have a chance to drop the escalating keys. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm not feeling good, and I gotta go again. So, I am going to preemptively end stream, and if I'm feeling a bit better in a little bit, I will get stream up going again. Sorry to end so abruptly. I don't mean to, but that's the world that we live in right now. I'm gonna raid you all over to my boy Riker. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate you being here. Normally I would do a much longer send-off, but that's the universe. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the support. Hey, thank you for the new subs. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you for everybody watching over on YouTube. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Go give Riker some love. Fuck the power. Love each other. Be good to each other. Be patient whenever you can. Tell Riker I said I love him. I'll see you all again. Bye-bye.
Mac with the raid. How you doing, Mac? Thank you for the raid, Mac. How y'all doing? How's the weather over there? I'm from Montreal. Isn't that pet just part of the premium $90 euro pre-purchase of the new expansion? Is it? I thought, is there not some, maybe I picked the wrong pet. Is there not some exclusive pet you get for already owning Vessel of Hatred? A couple of my Discord friends that play WoW daily bought Lord of Hatred genuinely just for the new housing items, especially for the chest set, as it lets you set each piece on the set. Oh, nice. So World of Warcraft players are artificially inflating the Lord of Hatred sales. Nice. Quetzal, I played D4 on launch, didn't really like it, so I went back to PoE, started again with Vessel of Hatred, and took another break, and now I'm back playing, enjoying D4 now. I'm a D2 and D3 fan. Wow, that's fascinating. The most fascinating part is you didn't like D4, went back to playing PoE, and now came back and are enjoying D4. That's that's really interesting. Hey, it's the first time he's coming at me from this angle. That's weird. Always comes from the other side, from the top. Huh. Thanks for sharing, Quetzal. Any plans for a Riker pet in-game cosmetic? No, I don't think Blizzard's ever going to put people in game anymore after the fiasco that happened. So, like, Blizzard used to, like, do little Easter eggs and, like, name things after people and put people's names in the game. Like, there's, you know... In Diablo 3, there's about a dozen streamers or community members, and our names are in the game, right, as random monsters. Then came the great scandal of, what was it, 2022?
than starting from nothing.
when the whole frat boy culture and breast milk stuff and Cosby Suite came to light. And there were some problematic employees whose names were in the game in prominent ways, and so they had to remove those names and rename characters, like Jesse McCree, the Overwatch character, getting renamed to whatever the fuck he's called now. Gunsling Man? What is it? Jesse McCree is now... I don't even know. Cowboy Dude. Cassidy. Thank you, Cassidy. So, yeah, I think they are never going to put anyone's real name or effigy or likeness in a game anymore, because you never know what horrible thing is going to come out about this person in the future, and then you have to scramble to make it seem like you never honored this person in any way. I'm a super fan of play Diablo and other games. Hello, you Diablo super fans. I actually like that they're giving Vessel of Hatred a legacy with Lord of Hatred, and I've paid for both. Low barrier to entry for future players. No weird, oh, we can do the oldest and newest content, but not this one subset in a group. Yeah, that's a good argument. It's a good attitude to have, Bearded. CB Golf saying, this is the most fun I've had in a season, but I just want even more zoom out. Why can't they give it to me? That's fair. For 60 euros / dollars, I say game needs to keep you engaged in it for at least 5 to 6 months. It's fair. Most people don't feel that way, though, I would say, because... okay, so this information now is over a decade old, but in 2013, a stat came out that the average gamer spends 13 hours on a game. I think it was 13. Was it 8 hours or 13 hours? I think it was 13 hours. So, you spend $60 on a game, you play it for 13 hours, you move on. That is the average gamer. So I think us in the ARPG sphere are not typical gamers. But I remember this stat coming out because we were noticing that campaigns, or like story modes in games, are getting shorter and shorter. And if I recall correctly, it was Call of Duty's campaign kept getting shorter and shorter. And the reason was they saw that, like, well, most people don't even play long enough to finish the campaign, so why spend all this effort making a long campaign? Make a shorter campaign. Once I got my new Minion Ascension Sorcerer to maps, I'll probably go back to finish the season journey for season 11. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, true, Magma Warrior. Hey, cheers, Bearded. Active list to defend the loss of the fan base. Oh, yeah, we got that, yeah. Hey, cheers, Schizophia? Schizophia? The term high functioning isn't officially recognized. There are scales that usually reference how socially functioning you are. Oh, okay. Okay. Is it taboo to say high functioning? I am Love and Paladin, Crobax. We actually don't even categorize by high-low functioning in the mental health field anymore. It's less a linear spectrum and more a wheel of numerous traits. Oh, wow. Okay. Think of it like stats distribution in a video game. Now you're speaking my language. Some people are 90 in verbal processing and 10 in texture sensitivity. The amount that it impairs functioning is what we really look at. Ah. Many people with autism have very few functional impairments. Others have many, and they're significant. Okay. It's amazing the advances that have been made over the past, like, what, even just 20 years? I have an old childhood friend who had Asperger's, but now he's just autistic. Nothing special about him anymore. There's autistic everywhere now. That's what it seems like. I feel like a lot of older people don't like. I've tried to talk about this with my mom, and I think like a lot of older people just don't get it. I don't know. Like, I feel younger people, like the generation after me, or even the younger generations, are very open to this stuff and more in touch with and in tune with stuff. Like when I was growing up, and I'm sure a lot of you folks as well, like millennials and Gen X and above, like there's a lot of stigma around a lot of things, and you didn't want to be grouped into certain categories because everything was like kind of pooped on, and it's like you're bad if you're in this category. But like as much as I have things to complain about the younger generations, it seems they're pretty like well adjusted when it comes to being accepting and open and not like denigrating each other for things that make them seem different than the norm. Like, to use a perfect example, like geeks, right? Like, to be a nerd or a geek, like you did not want to be seen as a nerd or a geek because then you'd be made fun of for that, right? Like any deviation from the norm was persecuted in some way historically, whereas it feels like the younger generations are almost even more, almost to a fault, about embracing and celebrating differences. Like, I think they take it too far in that they like, there's almost like a fetishization of it. And I don't think that's good either, but it's better than persecuting people. Like, there was this guy in college that, like, I recruited into my D&D group because he struck me as someone who would be open to that. But the way he tells the story, it's like I almost, like, approached him like I was dealing drugs to him. Like, hey, you like playing video games and, like, fantasy games? You like Lord of the Rings? Have you heard of Dungeons and Dragons? Because, like, in high school, like, I was embarrassed, like, for people to know that I played Dungeons and Dragons. Like, it was like, you know... I'm glad that now we have a culture where, like, we can all geek out over the shit that we like. Do you think Malthael will make a comeback? I think it's unlikely, not impossible. I think if we're going to see another angel outside of Tyrael, it's probably going to be Imperius. Because originally the plan in Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls was that we would fight Imperius and Malthael. That's why there's so much telegraphing of, like, gearing us up for a fight with Imperius.
Hey Meta, film this.
So, how do you want to do this?
Wanna buy your way? Uh-huh. Wanna put on real pants? Nuh-uh. Wanna take her for a spin? Okay. Wanna pre-qualify at the park?
Getting a little dizzy.
Wanna get that car ASAP? Yeah, you wanna do it your way.
Wanna drive? CarMax.
VR magic.
Top dog law. If you been in the X, accident, I'm calling Top Dog. You gotta call Top Dog Law.
Blast from less and less insurance.
When insurance tries to lowball you, don't swallow your pride and sign. It takes 5 minutes to get Top Dog on your case.
Oh no, not the dog.
And fight to get you what you deserve. Your case is free unless we win.
Now that's why you call a dog.
Top Dog only eats if you get paid. And you know Top Dog will fight to get you paid. Go to TopDogLaw.com.
Yeah, still holding. If my AC company had Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, an AI agent would have flagged the issue and automatically helped me find someone to service it. What?
Wow, you are moist.
Well, how'd you get an appointment?
Dude just magically showed up. Agent Force, sir. Huh?
Oh.
Sorry, dude. Cold air's getting out.
Agent Force helps manufacturers prevent appliance defiance. It's what AI was meant to be.